And the location is going to be at 605 FM 465, Trishart Boardroom 157, Marion, Texas. And we'll call the meeting to order at 9:17. And at this time, I'll open it up for hearing of residents.
You can use,
Oh, I think I can handle. I think I'll portray.
well, for the process.
Good morning. My name is Raquel Gutierrez. I live at 1016 Silver Tree. Thank you so much, council, staff, and consultants. I'd like to speak on behalf of Schertz residents regarding this morning's meeting. Holding a meeting outside the Schertz city limits nearly 10 miles away raises real concerns about accessibility and public perception. When meetings that affect Schertz residents are conducted at a distance, it sends the wrong message and can unintentionally limit meaningful public participation. Accessibility matters, transparency matters. Residents should not have to travel outside their own city to stay informed or make their voices heard. It is fair to ask why this meeting is being held outside Schertz and to request that future meetings impacting our community be held within the city to ensure openness, trust, transparency, and public access. Thank you so much.
Do we have any other residents needing to be heard? Okay, having no other residents to be heard, we'll go ahead and close the hearing for residents to be heard. We'll go ahead and open it up, and I'll let the city manager, Steve Williams, go ahead and take the lead.
Thank you, Mayor. Excited to be here, excited to be in this beautiful facility, and we really appreciate Green Valley Special Utility District letting us use this. It's very comfortable, and they've been super accommodating for this retreat. So this is our strategic planning retreat. And if you'll remember, each year we have a meeting to go over our strategic plan and do some strategic thinking moving forward. We do that typically this time of year in February. And then we will follow that up. Our next meeting that we'll all get together that's outside of your normal process with the city council meetings will be a budget retreat, what we call a budget retreat or pre-budget planning retreat, which will be in city council chambers, and that's typically at the end of March. And that's where we'll go over more of the nuts and bolts of what you guys are thinking, your prioritization for budget type stuff, things like that. And I would just like to let y'all know, we did do this all day yesterday. So we're going to have two facilitators. We have Roy and Marianne Davis. And we were with what is called my management team. This is the broader team, including the executive team, plus all of the other directors for all the departments. We came out here, we spent the day. Roy and Marianne facilitated the disc profile. And much like what you're going to do today and what they're going to lead us through today, I got to tell you, it was awesome. It exceeded my expectations, and it met the intent of bringing everybody together, developing a deeper understanding of how each other operates and how we tend to do things and how we tend to understanding how somebody else thinks really can help us deal with them better and them deal with us better. So it was an excellent opportunity. I'm hoping the same thing, we can achieve that today, and I'm confident we will. So this is that. So they're going to walk through, and I don't want to steal any of their thunder, so I really won't go into that. After we go through the disc profile, we will go through the strategic plan, and it'll be a very brief overview, but it'll be so we can get input from each of you. And if we need to make tweaks, and primarily those tweaks would be to the action step level and maybe possibly the objective level, but we'll walk through that towards the end of the day. We hope to wrap up by say 3:30, 4 o'clock, so we can be done and get out of here. And we'll just have to see how it goes. The last thing I would say is, just as a reminder, this is a called city council meeting because we do have a quorum present. We're discussing city business, and it is being broadcast and it is being recorded. I would say this, that just bearing that in mind, we have 2 items on the agenda, so we need to keep our discussion. I'm saying this on behalf of Dan, y'all. So we need to keep our discussion limited to those agenda items and within that scope. So just passing that along, and I'm going to turn it over to Roy.
Thank you, Steve. Morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Lovely wife, Mary Ann Davis. We work together, we live together, office together. How many are we going to invest? It's a lot together, right? Just to kind of give you a little brief picture. I'm not going to give the whole detail. I hope in the through this little kind of understand yourself and the people that you talk about what we're going to do and what
Okay. It's not to change who you are or how you do things. It's really about kind of understanding yourself in a different model and then understanding the people that you interact with so that you can communicate more effectively with them. How many of you would agree with me? Most people don't come to events, council meetings, work going, I'm going to be as difficult as I can be. I'm going to just try to be as contagious, just to be, I'm just going to be tough. Most people come to these events going, what? How can I contribute? How can I add value? But how many of us would agree there's times when we're interacting with people that it goes a little sideways and we kind of wish, I wish I understood that. I wish we could focus a little bit more effectively along. Today, I said, it's not about changing who you are. It's about understanding this simple little model, letting you see yourself through this picture, and then more effectively recognizing how do I use this to communicate, to engage, to collaborate more. So we talk about the agenda along those lines. Real quickly, before lunch, we're going to get all this covered. And you guys are like, wow, we're going to get all this done? Before lunch, we're going to talk about this thing called the DISC model of human behavior. I know some of you have gone through DISC before. How many have actually taken a DISC assessment in the past? I know Allison. Yeah. And whether you take a DISC assessment, there's also Myers-Briggs. There's 110 different flavors of how to look at yourself and understand, how you look at the world. So we're going to spend some time talking about this DISC model. We're going to spend some time discovering your style. And you already know who you are. I don't have any reservation about that part. But we're going to help you see a picture of yourself that sometimes people, because they're myopic, just the way I see it, they're going to see a little bit different picture. But the big aha of the day is going to be when, now that we know about you, now let's look at the people that you engage with. Because some of them are different. How many of you work with some people, live with some people, engage with some people that every once in a while you're like, why would they do that? That makes no sense to me. Okay, and once again, it's not about fixing that. It's about understanding some people just see the world differently than you do. Okay, different is not wrong. Different is just different, and we're going to help you kind of understand that. All right, we'll talk about understanding other DISC styles. We'll talk about building better relationships. How many of you in this room know there's somebody in your life, professionally or personally, that you could improve just a little bit and make life so much easier? I mean, just if I could just improve this little bit, I could get so much more done. I could be so much more effective. We're going to just put in front of you some simple little steps how to improve that relationship. And then at the end of the day, we'll kind of wrap up with these 2 things. I'm going to jump a little ahead here. We're going to spend some time talking about this Catalyst portal, where you took the assessment. You actually have a portal to go find out more about yourself and more about people that have already taken this assessment and compare yourself with them, create some groups. We're going to show you it's a powerful tool. And at the end of the day, we'll do this last step, give you some strategies for personal effectiveness. So that's going to get all done before lunch. Steve said he's going to bring in filet mignons for lunch. No. Steve, we've got lunch coming in, all right? And then after lunch, we're going to do a kind of a collective little group of, okay, now that we've seen the people around this little this circle here, then we're going to go and expand and say, okay, well, let's see what we did yesterday with staff. And yesterday, we really spent a lot of time helping them see themselves, and then helping them see the people they engage with, and then seeing what does that really, how come we're so effective in certain things and we struggle in other ones? We're going to put all that together to kind of get a picture of, oh, how do we move forward along those lines? So as we talk about these things, let me ask this question. What are your expectations? I mean, you came here, it's a public meeting, you had to call it to order, there's a couple things on the agenda, but I am sure some of you came here with some very specific, hope we talk about this, or hope we learn about that. Anybody want to share what your expectations are for today? Ben?
I came here to learn.
And you're going to learn about yourself, you're going to learn about the people around this table, and you're going to learn about just personality, styles, and purpose, I promise you. Anybody else? Expectations? Surely you came here with something. Allison?
I came here to learn because you always find different people's personalities and how they work and how you work with them.
And if you've done any of this before, it's kind of it's a little surprising at first to kind of go, how does it know this about me? It's just math. This is not Ouija boards and psychoanalysis and you got to lay on the couch and I'm asking you questions. This is just simple math. You answer some questions. Statistically, people that answer it this way, this is how they're going to behave. Doesn't mean it's going to work every time, but it gives you a pretty good picture. Thank you, Allison. Robert, I know me and you talked about Aristotle this morning. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we talked, well, part of it was learning, but part of it was being here, being present, because that old saying, if you're not at the table, you're the meal. So just trying to understand what other people, what they expect to get out of it, right? So, I mean.
There's not an end-all, be-all. It's just kind of stay with me as we walk you through this little process.
And I thought there was going to be overtime. Are we getting paid overtime?
Yeah, I think so. Steve made sure.
Okay, I was just making sure. Time and a half? All right, that was making sure.
Well, I can assure you there's no overtime here. But anyway, I came here to learn. I'm a new public official, so I'm trying to understand members of the city council and the thought process of our city leaders. So I just came here to get to know people better.
And at the end of the day, I promise you, that's what's going to happen. You're going to see yourself first, then you're going to see these other people, and then you're going to start seeing kind of in the community and staff. You're going to go, oh, how does this all kind of come together? We're not all the same, and we're not trying to make anybody the same. We're just trying to give you a tool to understand yourself better. Anybody else? Okay.
I would just share that my expectation in terms of yesterday was very similar to y'all's. And for today, it's the same, but with a new group and with the council and developing a better understanding of y'all, but then also hopefully you guys are developing a better understanding of each other and being able to witness that and be a part of it.
Ooh. And then yesterday, we had a blast. I would say we had a blast. It was engaging. People were laughing at Brian, but no. We had a lot of discussions. They learned a lot about each other and about themselves, and that's kind of the pace that we're going to keep it at. So let me begin the day by asking a simple little question. How many would agree there is a difference between perception and reality? Sometimes this is what we perceive, but that's not really what it is. There's something different there. You see that with people. Your perception is, well, this is the way they are, but in reality, when you really get to know them, things are a little bit different. So let me put this picture up here and tell me what it is you see here. It's in the computer bag. Who is that? Louis Armstrong. You know, Allison, there's some groups that we talk to a lot younger. They're like, oh, who is that guy? Okay.
You have parents that.
Yeah. Okay. It appears like that's a image of Louis Armstrong. What's he doing? Playing the trumpet. Ooh. The perception is That's a picture of Louis Armstrong playing the trumpet. But we all kind of know, well, it's not a very clear picture, and the reason it's not a very clear picture is because it's a photo mosaic of Louis Armstrong. In other words, it's a lot of what? Little bitty pictures. Wait a minute, this is real important. Put in the right place, in the right context, so that when you back out, you see, oh, here's the image. And the reason I like to start with this picture is because as we go through today, some of you in this room are going to focus on the little bitty things. And they're important, okay? But they're not the most important things. There are going to be some little things you can look at and you're going to go, oh, I'm not too sure that's exactly like me. You're right. Some of the little pieces aren't exactly like you. Our focus today is to look at the what? The big picture. How does this model help me understand myself, help me understand the people that I engage with, help us communicate more effectively, help us collaborate, and here we go, help us achieve strategically what we want to accomplish? Because how many of you have ever been in some kind of a family event and the dysfunction is just like, oh my God, there's arguing here and somebody doesn't like them, and it's crazy. So it's really about kind of understanding, how do I see this big picture and how do I use this tool not only for myself but for understanding other people to be effective? Make sense? All right. So we good, Marianne? Thank you. All right. So how many of you would agree with me that sometimes understanding people is not easy? Anybody have a personal example? A personal example? Understanding people is not easy. There's life, in life, there's people that are very difficult. But how many would agree with me? Guess what? Without the right people in the right places, in the right roles, doing the right things, we're not going to be successful. We got to have the right people, and we got to understand those people to make that happen. As we go through today, and we start talking about kind of understanding ourselves and understanding the people that we engage with, it's really focused on that big picture. How do we serve the community that we're elected, that we're hired to what? To do. And let me begin today by showing a little video that talks about the process of building a team and what that really looks like. So watch this real quickly. You know, there's a big event that starts today. The Olympics. Does anybody know that? Starts today. And then this weekend, there's another big thing going on. What's going on this weekend? Super Bowl. I want you to think about something. Both of those events are kind of team focused, aren't they? Think about the Olympics, the opening ceremony. What happens during that opening ceremony? Each country comes marching in their little uniform, okay, and their little flags are waving, and they're like, oh, we're a team, and we're gonna get all these gold medals. In the Super Bowl, there's these two teams that have made it to the top that, in theory, have to what? Work the game plan, understand each other, accomplish the goals, okay? But I'm gonna step back and I'm gonna ask you guys, okay? When you look at the Olympics and you see that that opening ceremony, and they're all working together, we're all on the same team, are they really on the same team? I mean, you've got the speed skaters, you've got the hockey team, you've got the bobsled team. Do they actually work together to accomplish the goals? No, they're focused on their what? Their event, their position along those lines. Think Super Bowl, you got these two teams. Well, you got a quarterback and you got a defense, you got an offense. They're all doing their own little things. And as you talk about being an effective team, I just want you to think about something. So you guys, if you want to use this term, are Team City of Schertz. But do you guys really work together to accomplish what you're trying to achieve? Or are you in your little lane? You guys are the hockey team here, right? Look at and then you got Brian back there, who's the figure skater. I seen him in a tutu once. Okay, you know what I visualize? I want you guys to think about this. Okay, you guys are like, hey, we're doing this, and you got other pieces of this team in the same uniform, waving the same flag, working on what? Their events. But collectively, you guys want to get as many gold medals as you can. It is not easy to think, oh, we're all doing this together, when in reality, we're different parts of an Olympic team that we want to accomplish those things. And there may be times that the hockey team, we want to go do this, we want to push all this. But some of those people can't help you be a goaltender or be a forward and push that. So we talk about how do you see yourself? As we're going through today, I kind of want you to think in the back of your mind, why are we doing all this? It's to help you guys see the team you guys need to be, but understanding you really don't play the same games. You know, the city manager has a role to play, and the assistant city manager has a role to play, and the police chief has a role to play, and council has a role to play, and the mayor has a role to play. But ultimately, we're trying to get as many gold medals as we can, but we got to define what that looks like. And you got to, how do you see that collectively? Because you guys, there's some lanes you can't cross. I mean, there's some things you got to be careful of. But as we begin this journey, I'm going to step back and I'm going to ask this question. When you took that assessment, and some of you took it just recently, some of you took it, maybe Allison took one a long time ago. No, we had you take another one, didn't we? You took it. Yeah, we'll talk about that. When you took that assessment, guess what it was fundamentally asking you? It's that question up there. How do you see yourself? And guess what? I bet you some of you, when you answered that assessment, you were going, wait a minute, that's the same question it asked me 6 questions ago, but what? It's changed the adjective or just changed this. This tool uses what is known as adaptive testing. It's going to keep on asking you that question until you validate this is how you see yourself, or if there's a lot of variance in how you responded, it's going to ask it again. It's going to ask it again. So what kind of question did it ask you? Well, just think about this. How do you see yourself? How many agree? There's some people in this room that like a routine. This is the way we've been doing meetings for 20 years. We don't need to change anything. This works. Oh, there's other people in this room that like what? Oh, let's just try something new. Let's change it up. I mean, we can't do it the same way all the time. We need some variety. I would almost bet that there's 1 or 2 people on this council that are very outspoken. I didn't say point at them. I just said how many would agree. There might be 1 or 2 people that are outspoken. Okay, let me help you guys. This is yes. This is no. Yes, there's some outspoken. And there's some people that are more what? Reflective. They're like, let me think about that. Let me digest that. What does that mean, okay? There's some people that like to do things in groups. I would almost bet there's some people that like, we're going to do this group. We're going to do this thing. It's going to be so much fun. There's other people that are like, not another one of these things. Okay. There's some people in life that question everything, no matter what you decide. What are we going to have for lunch? No, I don't want to do that. Let's go someplace different, all right? No matter what it is, they're going to question it. There's other people that tend to be very accepting. That is so amazing. I want to do that. And then there's some people in this room that I know want to cooperate. How can we work together? How can we solve this? Let's figure out the best solution. And there's other people in this room that want to what? You guys are in politics. It's all about what? Competing. You got to what? You got to win. I mean, if you're not winner, if you're second place, what is that? Loser. First loser. While we talk about answering all these questions, okay, in a nutshell, what did you really fundamentally, I talk about seeing yourself, you answered 2 fundamental questions. You answered all these, a lot more, but fundamentally, you answered these two simple little questions, right? What are they? Number one, do you see yourself as fast-paced, action-oriented, let's get it done, let's move, let's go. Give me some other adjectives that you would describe somebody who's very push it, kind of go. What other words would you use to describe them? This is called the audience participation part. Bossy. Yeah, here's another B word, bold. They're bold, they're bossy. What else? What are some other words that would describe somebody who's like, go? Energetic. Anybody else? Say it again, Ben. Forward. They're like, hey, let's move forward. We're not going to take a pause or anything. And once again, this assessment kept on asking you until you validated, this is how I see myself, or I see myself the other side of that continuum, which is somebody who is more what? Cautious, reflective. Here's some other words. Calm, methodical, very structured. How many know some people, they're not going to run, go do anything. They're just like, let's have a plan. Let's very organized. Okay, for some of you, you're like, I can't do that. It's like, but there's some people, that's the way they're wired, okay? Believe it or not, there's nobody in this room wired that way, but that's okay. What's the second question you answered? Do you see yourself as more questioning, skeptical, guarded, task-focused? What are some other descriptions that people on that side of the equation would kind of respond to? What's the bottom line here? Why is this going to work? What else? They give you that look like, are you sure about that? Very skeptical.
Maybe analytical?
Maybe analytical, yeah. Just give me the facts. It's nothing about feelings, it's about facts. Whereas people on the other side of that, accepting and warm, how do they see the world? Oh, it's all going to be good. Yeah, how do you feel about it? Let's do this together. We're going to have fun. And once again, I'm being extreme here, okay? But once again, really in a nutshell, we start talking about how you answered that assessment. When we go back to these questions, and you took it on top of those two questions, when I put that on top of that DISC model, this is what it tells me. If you really fundamentally see yourself as fast-paced, outspoken, let's get it go, let's make it happen, and you see yourself as questioning and skeptical, what quadrant are you going to be described as? In the D quadrant. But if I'm completely opposite of that, I'm somebody who is more what? Cautious and reflective, methodical, but I'm very accepting and warm and people-focused, what quadrant am I going to end up in?
Yes.
Oh, man, I'm glad somebody else. Okay, we'll get you guys going here. I'll get you some more coffee here in a second, all right? You going to follow that? Now, what's the difference? They're both people, but it's about how we see ourselves. And not only is it about how we see ourselves, it goes down to how we're wired to address issues, how we're wired to accomplish things, what motivates us. Here we go. What stresses us, okay? What our priorities are. So we start talking about kind of understanding, this is the fundamentals, this basic model. There's not one better one, and understand this, you are not just one or two DISC styles. You are a blend of all of them, but you just have some tendencies, some preferences, just the way you're wired, what you have figured out in life, this is what works for me, that's what's natural to you, okay? So as we start talking about kind of understanding this model, stay with me. We're going to take you step by step through the little process, all right? So let me show you a quick little video that helps kind of unpack this. And then as we get to the end of it, I want to ask you guys, can you see yourself in this model? Does it make sense? Because sometimes people are like, well, it does except for this. But let's talk about that. So watch this little video real quick.
When you think about your work and the things that really mean something to you, you probably think of the big moments. The promotion you got. Or didn't. The setbacks, the big wins. And even though we tend to think of our work life in terms of these big moments, it's really a collection of small ones. The interruption that throws off your meeting. A harsh comment that lingers long after the other person has moved on. Small words of encouragement that turn your day around. Like most people, you might take these small interactions for granted. But the way you feel about them has more to do with your day-to-day happiness at work than almost anything, for a pretty simple reason. You're human. We're wired to care deeply about our interactions. Each one is an opportunity, no matter how subtle or short, to connect, relate, and engage with each other. They're often what makes the difference between a good day and a bad one. And those negative interactions, the ones that drain us or just keep us up at night, well, what they're often about is two people not seeing each other clearly. Sometimes we misread each other's intentions because we come from different starting places. Other times we get stuck thinking our way is the only way. But when we make the effort to really see the people around us, where they come from, what matters to them, what they struggle with, it can change the way we think about those interactions. And there's a simple model called DISC that can help us take a clearer look at the needs and priorities of the people around us. It starts with 4 basic styles: D, I, S, and C. Take Ellen, who has a D, or dominant style. She's direct and outspoken, which is pretty common for people with a D style. She has a strong drive to achieve, so she's not afraid to make the tough calls or urge the team toward a goal. And when she has a clear vision of how to get there, she can become frustrated if things get bogged down in red tape or take longer than they should. Then there's Anthony, who, like others with the I, or influence style, is outgoing and enthusiastic. He thrives in a lively, fast-paced environment where people come together and collaborate. And because that sense of connection means so much to him, he can be left feeling discouraged and drained when it's missing from his work life. Oliver, like others who share his S or steadiness style, is patient and accommodating. He has a calm, supportive way about him that helps others feel welcome. And though his colleagues know he's dependable, they don't always get how invested he is in not letting them down, or how important it is for him to keep things on an even keel. Finally, there's Nadia, who has a C, or conscientiousness style. She's analytical and precise, and likes having personal space to dig deeply and logically into a topic. Like others with the C style, she puts a lot of pressure on herself to get things right. So even though she presents a calm face to the world, she gets stressed out when she doesn't have the time or stability to do her job properly. Now, of course, there's a lot more to people than their DISC style. But what the DISC model can do is help you take a fresh look at the people around you. And once you get where people are coming from, you can choose to engage in ways that are more productive and comfortable and fun. DISC also helps you take a fresh look at those small moments, like the person who just really needs a break from all the heavy stuff in their life right now, or the person who didn't realize how harsh they sounded in that last meeting. Because when we really see people and they see us, something happens to those day-in, day-out moments. We notice how much they actually mean.
Simple little video. And it really boils down to seeing that picture there. What do you see when you see that little model? Somebody go ahead and say, I see a circle with colors, okay? What else do you see?
Different styles.
Different styles? Thank you, Ben. I'll ask people, what do you see there? And they go, well, it looks like a pizza maybe, or it looks like a circle. Let me tell you what I want you to see when you see this map model. I want you to see people. Not just styles, but if you can see yourself in that little model, when they describe the way people react to that, when you can see yourself, that's kind of the first aha. And that video, it talks about, every once in a while, it gives you a fresh perspective of looking at people. What I hope as we go through today, not only do you see yourself in this, but you see what? The people that you interact with and understand, they're just not wired the way I am. They don't see things the way I see it. And as we go through this process, we'll use this 1, 2, 3 step process to understand that. What's step 1? Do you see yourself more fast-paced, outgoing, or do you see yourself more cautious, more reflective? There's not a right or a wrong. It's just you. That's how you see yourself. When somebody else sees themselves, how do they answer that? If they're completely opposite of you, and you guys have had interactions like that, you're going to know there's some people in life. Let's go, 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 go. There's other people. Let's take our time. Let's do it right. It kills Allison, but it's like we all kind of. What's the second question? Do you see yourself as more collaborative, more accepting? Let's all get along. Or are you more questioning and skeptical and task focused? One's not better than the other, but it's simply seeing that by putting those two dimensions together, we get a picture of ourselves, and then we begin to start to see the people that we engage with, we interact with, right? Simple little model, right? So as we talk about kind of understanding this piece of the puzzle, premise of this is simply this. DISC, this model, is simply an operator's manual for working with people. You guys have our charter, you guys have rules of when you can meet and when you can't meet and what you can talk about and where you can't. You guys got a rule going to the bathroom sometimes, don't you? I'm not sure, maybe you don't. But it's like everything's organized, everything's a procedure. Oh, guess what? DISC, that's just a simple little procedure for help you to understand yourself and understand the people that you engage with, all right? That's all it is, okay? It looks at three primary things. It looks at your tendencies, your preferences, and your priorities. Somebody tell me, what is it? When somebody says this is your tendency, what does that mean? How would you describe a tendency?
That's what you fall back on.
That's what you do without even thinking about it, right? I mean, it's just kind of like, there's some people that have a tendency to what? Okay, let's talk, let's have a discussion, very social. How many know some people that like, I don't want no social events. I have a tendency just to stay in the back, not discuss those things, right? Tendencies, we don't even think about it. We just what? We just do them. Okay, but there's a difference between a tendency and a preference. What's the difference? I know they're spelled differently, but go ahead, Ben.
How you act. Oh, go ahead. So, no.
Ben, go ahead. Preference is?
A choice. You're making a choice.
A choice. It's what I want. It's what I prefer. If I have all things being equal, that's what I'm going to choose. How many of you have been on an airplane in the last 6 months, just out of curiosity? When you get on an airplane, unless you're flying first class, most of us are like, okay, back in coach, you get a choice. Unless you're Southwest. Well, now they changed that now. That's right. Yeah, they changed that. So how many window people we have? How many like? No. I'm a window person. How many aisle people? Oh, I'm going to pick an aisle. Ben, why do you want an aisle? I get more accessible. I get stretching my legs. I don't have, I have to like, excuse me, I got to get out, or the case is, right? Does anybody prefer a middle seat?
I'm sure they exist,
but middle seat people are like, but can we all sit in the middle seat? We can, but it's not our preference. The last thing this thing measured was known as your priorities. Okay, you guys, you guys have a list of priorities you got to get accomplished for the community, for the city, correct? When something is a priority, what's the first word that kind of comes to mind? It must be important. Okay, yeah, it's important. It's like, I got to get that accomplished. As we go around discussing this model, you're going to see every one of these styles has some priorities that are just inherently, I'm going to focus on this. That's what I'm going to get accomplished, right? There's nothing wrong or right with it. It's just about understanding tendencies, preferences, and priorities. DISC has been around for a long, long time. We talked about Aristotle, okay, how he looked at people, Hippocrates, these 4 quadrants. There's a long history of DISC. I'm not going to go into the details, but I want to put this last little point up there, all right? DISC is simple. It's 4 letters, and we're making it as simple as can be. You're complex. You're more than just one DISC style. But when you understand the 4 DISC styles, you start to see like, oh, okay, makes sense, okay? DISC is simple, and when somebody says something is simple, usually the first word that crosses their mind is, it must be, it must be easy. It's not complex, but it's not simplistic. Simplistic is there's no substance, there's no depth to it, there's no research behind it. Let me tell you, when you answered the assessment, you told us what you move towards, what you move away from. You told us what motivates you, what stresses you, what gives you energy, what takes away energy, what your priorities are, what you prefer to do. There's a lot beneath there. But I will say this, DISC is significant. When I say it's significant, once you kind of own, I understand my DISC style, whether I'm a ID or a IS or a CD, when you start to understand what that is and what that means to you, and you start to reflect, the people that I engage with are different than that, it kind of changes the way we look at the world, kind of changes the way we look at ourselves. So as we go through today, it's simply about focusing on how to do that. And as we begin this process, this is what I want you to think about for a second. How many of you know somebody in this room that you need to improve working with? I mean, I'm sure there's somebody you're like, we got off on the wrong foot, or this issue is in the past. There's something. As we go through today, I want you to be thinking about who is it? And it may not be in this room. How many have people at home? You're like, maybe I shouldn't have said that this morning. Who is it you need to improve a working relationship with, an understanding of? And it's going to boil down to this. How do I see myself? How do they see themselves? And how do we bridge that gap when we need to? Because sometimes, let me just tell you, we have learned this is how I solve problems. This is how I figure out solutions. And we get so used to doing it the way we're comfortable doing it, that's what we default to. That's what we go to. But how many of you know some people, they think, hey, if everything is a nail, how do you fix it? You hammer it every time. And how many of us know that works for them 70% of the time, but there may be 25% of the time, that's not the right approach. And it's emotional intelligence to stepping back and saying, I know how I'm wired, I know what I like to do, but in this situation, I may need to adapt my approach. So Mary Ann's now going to take you through kind of understanding your profile.
Before we get to that, I just want to cover a couple things. Concept, but the tool that you had, sorry, we kind of Jimmy rigged, so we didn't have to do the lavalier mic. Can you hear me all right? Back there? Testing 1, 2. Okay, good. All right, so it's a simple concept, but the assessment that we used is not simplistic. There are actually 12 styles. Your profile may have a combination of 2, and your profile is going to really speak to you. But why DISC? Why is it so powerful? As Roy said, it's been around forever. It was actually brought into the workplace in 1928. How many of you did go to that Catalyst portal and play around? Anybody? Thank you. All right, so there's something called discology, and you'll see that in 1928, a man named William Marston brought it into kind of the work world, and he coined the term DISC. It's not a trademark. We work with the Everything DISC, lowercase I, highly validated research-based assessment. But this book was entitled The Emotions of Normal People. And that's where he went in to define, quote, patterns of behavior. What this 4-quadrant model is, it is being able to recognize these observable patterns of behavior, you ready? That were formed in us between 5 and 10 years old. How many of you have kids, grandkids, nieces, nephews, young ones in your life? Guess what? Their little tendencies, preferences, and outgoing those little scales, their patterns of behavior have already begun to form. Now, how many of us have had some life experiences that also shape who we are? Education, can that influence? Maturity, emotional intelligence. But what we don't realize at times is that from this very young age, our patterns of behavior are just so ingrained in us that we often don't recognize when we rub people the wrong way. We just don't even recognize it. Why? Because it's just been working for us for so long. We don't realize where we maybe cause some hurt feelings or some misunderstandings. But DISC, why DISC? Because it's easy to begin to recognize these observable patterns of behavior and understand why I connect with some easier than others. Not only are we here today to help you with you and be a more effective, cohesive group, guess what? Your constituents are made up of all 4 styles, and your personality is going to work well with some. And I promise you, by not being adaptable and stretching a little bit, you might tune out a couple of groups. So it's really, really important to recognize, here's how I am. Here's the perception that people are seeing. And when it works, that's great. But when and where do I need to stretch? That's called emotional intelligence. And so if I were to ask you a question, and I'm going to just have you go and talk in little groups of 3. What are the actual consequences in your roles What are the consequences? Because guess what? To the public, you are one team. You're the mayor and your city council, city man. You're one team. You're wearing that uniform. They're looking to you as council, as leaders of the Schertz community. And so, what are the consequences in your roles of misunderstandings or even misaligned priorities? So just take a minute, scribble down a couple things, and let's hear what you come up with. Groups of 3. Oh, I'm all right. Turn it off.
Citizens don't get what they need. Citizens don't get what they need. Or do we even have the right priorities?
We already got 3 right off the bat, like that.
Perfect.
Oh, we just missed the target.
Missed the target.
We missed the target because we don't know, like he was referring to missed priorities. The citizens don't get what they need.
That's maturity. That's emotional intelligence. That's all good, but it's like just, hey, who am I most naturally? The ability to stretch is what we're talking about here. We'll talk about that. All right, everybody got at least 3? Everybody have at least 3? May I just ask this group to share 1 or 2?
So we said with misunderstandings, it could cause mistrust.
Okay, misunderstandings can cause mistrust. How many have ever experienced that in our personal life or business life? There's been a misunderstanding and it dented the trust. And it was a simple misunderstanding. And you ready? Most of the time, the offender didn't even know there was a problem. Think about that. The offender didn't even recognize, and they're just going along, and somebody else is looking at them going, I don't trust you, right? And it's like mistrust. What else?
And we came up with, for misaligned priorities, confusion.
Confusion. All right, let's take you out of your city for a moment. In our country today, is there confusion as it relates to misaligned priorities in our government system? And it starts here. You're the leaders of this community. It starts here. What else? What did you have? Give me 1 or 2 of yours.
Unwarranted frustration.
Thank you. Unwarranted. Hear that? Unwarranted frustration. You have any examples of that? Anybody?
Yeah, our last council meeting, we had a discussion about a proposed road project somewhere in the future. And I think because of misunderstandings, and because of maybe because of misunderstandings, because of the city as a whole not engaging the public in all areas, that there's frustration that this project is not the right one to do, and folks don't understand all the pieces and parts that go into it.
Yeah. And we start to see where communication, right, and clarity around communication to get buy-in, to help people. And what I want you to recognize today is, ready? Styles digest information differently. How I take it in versus how somebody else takes it in. So if we're just this one approach speaker, presenter, we may be missing a portion of our audience even. I need, and this is me personally, I need different ways to digest it. I actually digest things in pictures and visuals. Other people digest things through numbers and data.
You have to have the
Unwarranted.
right picture too.
You got to have the right picture, and sometimes we got to create the right word picture. But unwarranted frustration. Anybody else? One more from your team?
We put, misunderstanding could just be wrong.
Somebody could just,
Take
yeah.
it the wrong way.
Oh, they could take it the wrong way. The tone, the voice, the inflection. I know when I'm overtired, people will think I'm yelling at them. And David, you don't realize this. I actually had speech therapy as a kid. I had surgery twice for vocal cord nodules. So when you said breathe from the abdomen. And so when I'm overtired, people will think I'm yelling at them. So if you think I'm yelling at you, they wore us out yesterday. Let me tell you. No, just kidding. But yeah, so just misreading it. Did you have one more on your list?
Yeah, they sort of bundle together, not hitting the target that we want or missed opportunities.
Yes.
Because we have a misunderstanding that there's something that we could have done that we just miss because our priorities are out of sync or we're not understanding what the community needs or what the staff needs or.
And so communication is vital, and also having what? Collective goals, and that the constituents know that even in fact, if something that you fought for them didn't go through, they know that you actually have their best interest. And so it really is, DISC is a simple tool to help us build trust, communicate clearly. Why DISC? All styles are equally valuable. No one style makes a better leader. No one style makes a better salesperson. No one style makes a better CPA. Now, my personality might gravitate towards a role. It doesn't mean that I'll be equipped to do that role. We do not recommend using DISC for hiring. So I may gravitate, but it doesn't guarantee I'm going to be good at it. All styles are equally valuable to a team and to a role. And if our DISC style was formed at age 5, 10, how many of us, like I said, have hopefully matured? How many of us maybe had a role in our career, like maybe the military, that stretched us into a different style, right? We pick up or maybe we went into a sales role, which stretched us into outside our company, and then we flex that muscle so much it becomes what? Second nature. But at home, this is who we are. So our DISC style was formed by the age of 5. Other things influence it. So we're going to hand out profiles now, all right? If you could help me with that. Profile FN1, foundational, FN, fundamentals, foundational. There's just a nice, simple little descriptor of the model. D's are about what? Being direct, bottom line, determined, like to work alone, like to kind of take control and charge and get things through. Our I's, FN1, tend to be influencers. Inspirational. They love entertaining. They love being in that limelight. The S style tends to, generally speaking, tend to be very steady and supportive and come across as sincere and warm and friendly, while our C style tends to be very conscientious and careful. And I like to say they wrote the carpenter's rule. Measure twice and what? Cut once. All right. And so now I mentioned to you your DISC style. By the way, we're all a blend, but when you took the assessment and it asked you a lot of questions, and in the older generation tools, 2 people's dots who landed together or styles were the same, your profiles read identical. Today, when you take it, your narrative is written exactly where your dot landed, as well as your shading, etc. It's very personalized. So today we're going to focus primarily about the 4 styles, but your profile is all about you. All right, so if my DISC style was formed at age 5 to 10, can my style change? Yes. How much? Correct answer, how much? A lot. You ready? No. Our maturity and our emotional intelligence typically will change a lot, hopefully has changed a lot. But guess what? Our disc style typically tends to be the same at 5, 15, and 55. The research shows us even, as we mature, as we get older, our style might mellow a little bit. The research shows us 8 to 12% is usually that max range. Now, what can change it a lot? The research shows us, you ready? A traumatic life event. And the examples in the research that are used to talk about changing somebody from a D to an S, an I to an S, to really change somebody outside of that traumatic life event, such as winning a large lotto. Do you remember back in the days when people won large lotteries and they put them in the front on TV and they gave them the check? And remember that? Guess what? Not only did their internal behavior clock change, the way people behaved towards them, they were broken a year and many committed suicide. Traumatic life event. And I knew one person who once survived a plane crash. He used that date as his birthday. Do you think you survived a plane crash? Your behaviors, how you look at the world? Absolutely. For the most part, generally speaking, we are who we are. It's like that game of Twister. All right, this is me. This is my home base. And if I'm on that outer edge, it means I'm really attached to my style. If I'm a little bit more moderately inclined or slightly, it just says, okay, I might resonate a little bit more, but here's the thing. Somebody with the dot, with the closer to the circle, doesn't make them more flexible, stretchable, or emotional intelligent. Somebody can be on the outer edge. It's the life experience. So it's like that game of Twister. It's being able to recognize, okay, this is me, but wait a minute, I need to stretch over here. And then after I stretch, I sometimes got to go and retreat. I mean, this is really interesting because, Robert, you asked our styles. Roy's and Dot's and I, they're identical, except for I get my energy around people. After I do a day of like this, I want to be with 15 people. He wants to go and what? Get his energy and be alone, right? So we all have our comfort zone. We have to stretch. And hear me very clearly. This is why we're here together today, because if one person is doing all the stretching, it gets very stressful. So we hope today that you will take this new rule. How many of you were raised with something called the golden rule? What's the golden rule? Yeah, but here's the deal. In a multicultural, a multi-generational, and a multi-gender workplace, that can be hard. So I hope you leave today with the platinum rule, and that is understand people and treat people as they want to be treated. Communicate with them in the language that they can understand.
In the fire department, we say, at least in my fire department, those who have the goal make the rules. Different one, I'm just saying.
As I said, though, your dot is your narrative. It tells you where you landed, how much of, maybe you're like Mark, I think you're a CD style, DC style, right on that edge. Some of you are dual styles. Go to FN page 3, and that tells your story. Steve, were you going to ask something?
I was just going to ask, is this something you could fake, right? Like, could you answer these questions and kind of skew it one way?
Great question. Because this technology, as Roy said, it uses adaptive technology, this particular assessment is very hard to fake. Sometimes even because you're so attached to a behavior because of a previous role, because of this thing called adaptive technology, it can sense, wait a minute, the way you answered over here was kind of contrary to over here. Let me come back and ask you another way. So it uses adaptive technology to really pinpoint. So it is really hard to fake. Now, the only way we have seen it faked, and I have seen this 3 times, I heard a guy in the back of the room laugh and go, my wife took it for me. My friend Linda from college, she was getting ready to do something like this with her team. She came out an IS style. I know everybody knows in her family she is a true D style. And I said something to her daughter one night. I go, I gave your mom one of these assessments. And she goes, Mayor, do you really think my mom took it? I go, oh, yeah. She delegated it to her admin. Linda, did you delegate to your admin? Yeah, Mayor. Why? She knows. So once again, it's very, very hard. It might alter where your dot fell, but even if you're struggling to be something you're not, it's still going to plot you usually in the right quadrant. Make sense? All right, so if everybody could quickly take a minute or two, read through FN3 and tell us your style and maybe a little statement that describes you, FN3. There may be a couple statements in there that you don't agree with. What we recommend is that you take it home and show it to somebody who knows you really well and ask them. You may just be, we talked earlier about misinterpreting, maybe it's just the way that you're interpreting a statement. So we always encourage you to share it with somebody. But you know what? It could have been the mood you were in when you answered, whatever, but usually you're going to find most of the assessment should resonate. Give me a signal if you at least have a statement that resonates with you.
Not all of them. The ones I don't like, I took it home and showed it to my wife, but she was clearly wrong in her assessment.
Mark, a CD style, would you share a statement, one of them that resonates with you?
I have little patience for disorganized people or unnecessary meetings.
Mm-hmm.
Ryan James is sitting behind me right now going,
Right? Don't waste my time, right? Come prepared. Ralph, what's your style right there in the SI opposite, right?
Yep.
Statement.
On the very top.
Pick any any statement that resonated with you.
That as I saw, your most valuable contributions to the workplace may include your commitment to teamwork, your empathy, and your ability to connect with others. In fact, these are probably some of the qualities that others admire most about you.
Thank you.
But again, I tend to like base things on what I'm dealing with.
Yes.
Because there's times where like, okay, I want to hear you out. I want to
Yes.
understand what's going on before I make decisions. And there's other times where I feel like I need to make decisions right away in order to move forward.
And that's what we want. That's what we're talking about, that ability to stretch. So yeah, at times I lean into my natural style, but I know through leadership, through past experience, there's times I gotta what? Sometimes I gotta go in and jump in and pull the trigger. That's that stretching. And that's what we hope is that we're just not this, locked in our style. It is that, especially in a leadership role, all of you, to be able to flex and stretch.
Is that why I need a me day so I can go back to my normal style?
Huh? That's why you did a me day, yes. Yes. Ben, I've got you in that DI style. Could you read a statement that resonated with you?
Yes. It says you're probably very active to push yourself to reach ambitious goals. You like to maintain fast pace, and you have little patience for things that stand in your way of progress. Sitting still may be agonizing for you. Since you have a strong need for variety, you're often eager to seize new opportunities, even if it means changing directions quickly.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. And so, Allison, you're a similar style, and Robert, I see that you're similar style than Mark. Steve, you're right there on that I style. Could you read a statement that resonated with you?
Sure. Well, yeah, just kind of hitting some of the highlight of these. I thrive on that relation with people and, sorry? you know, I like to get people excited, and I get excited about opportunities. I like to promote my opinions, that kind of thing. And I try and I spread that enthusiasm for doing things, but sometimes people who are a little more skeptical might feel I'm overly optimistic or not necessarily, you know, moving ahead without being fully prepared or having all the resources in place, which may happen sometimes. And
Knowing ourselves,
tend
thank
to
you.
be very expressive and don't really have a problem verbalizing where I am. Let's see what
Now,
else.
from where I'm standing, most of you cannot see. I wish you were here because the I-style tends to be animated. So as he's talking, his hands are dancing.
As I talk more and I
Yeah,
get more excited, I get
he's
more
like, I like
animated.
influencing, and you know, so you start to see it even come out. It's a what? It's a behavior. And I don't mean to interrupt, but our CD style, our C's and D's, they're going to have more controlled movements.
Well, that's part I style and part Italian. So that's where that comes from. But I do tend to, I agree with the notion that I like bringing people together. I like kind of hearing their ideas and building that. But sometimes I don't, I'll brush past it. Some people need, you know, their personal space to maybe digest things
Yes.
and analyze things. Let me see. I'm accepting of ideas. Sometimes I'm a little reluctant to give that negative feedback or be seen as the bad guy.
Yes.
And I do tend to get bored with the routine, but and that's part of that stretching. I get the routine done, but sometimes it takes a lot of effort
Thank
for me
you.
to force myself to maintain the routine.
Thank you. That's what I want you to hear. And we're going to move into our priorities and what we can all do, those different tasks that are necessary to get through our role. It takes a little bit more what?
Yeah, a little more effort. I'm effective at it, but it takes more concentration
Thank
and
you.
effort to make myself do it.
I always say my ability to succeed in being self-employed pretty much my entire career, which is now a long time, is really that ability to truly hyper-focus. I am that IDDI off that chart, and that ability to what? Just dive in and then, okay, come up for air. And my coming up for air is what? Being around people, where his idea coming up for air is different. All right, I'm going to pick up those of you that didn't participate in our next one. The next one, we talk about what drives our DISC style. What was measured separately are those words around the circle. I gave you all a little cheat sheet card. This is just a nice little takeaway. These are what are called priorities for the styles. The words around the circle are measured separately. A DI, ID, they are going to be what, Ben? Action-oriented, fast-paced. Let's get it going. Probably eat fast, walk fast, talk fast, right, Ben? Right? So our DI, where our CS is about stability. Our C, now these are measured for you, we call it in the workplace. It's our foundational programming. We have a leadership version, and the words may be different, a sales version. But in the workplace, I'm not going to spend time on priorities, but our priorities are what drive our actions. Now, all of us have 3 words that are closest to our dot. 3 words. If you'd go to WP2, we're now in the WP's workplace 2. All of you have 3 words that are bolded. So we call your dot your home base. Your heavy shading, the heavy shading, solid shading, is your ability to stretch. Yeah, your comfort zone. So here's your comfort zone, right? You're going in there. Not that you can't go over here. It's just going to take a little more effort. So your dot is your home base. The solid shading is your home base. But how many does anybody in here have what's called lined shading? Yes. Oh, now we are twins. You and Roy are
I
twins.
think y'all copied John.
No, they're not the same. All right, so what this is this is not your ability to flex in this. This is not saying, oh, you're a DIS style. What it is, the line shading, this adaptive technology, when it comes to the priorities, can go, come on, is collaboration really, really important to you? Is accuracy, come on, it's not typical for a D style. Are you sure? And you fought the report. And you're like, yes, this is me. Yes, this is true. To the point, I call it's your disc DNA. Who's ever done a DNA 23andMe? You're trying to find out what else is in there. So years ago, I used to say to Roy, I've got S in me, and he'd be like, no, you don't. I'm like, yes, I do. And finally, the adaptive testing, we are twins, Ben, because I share the priority of collaboration with my IS coworkers. And for me, which is not in the DI, I have trouble telling people no. That's coming right out of the S style. I often put others' needs before myself. That's coming right out of the S style. And so it's called your disc DNA. If you took a management profile or leadership, the line shading may not show up. But in the workplace, in a team, collaboration is a priority for you. Does that sound important?
I have a question.
Yes.
So when I first did this and got on council, I was an SC. So was that just because I was adaptive to a certain role and then changed, or?
The only thing I can think of is, if we can talk about it off the record later, if something, because that's a big shift if you were an SC, if something had occurred to really flip that switch.
Okay.
And it does happen, but it is rare. But notice still, you're actually carrying, which is only 3% of the pie, you're actually carrying challenge and accuracy still with you.
Okay.
Yep. All right, but what our priorities tend to do, it's what puts a skip in our step. In other words, on a normal day when I'm feeling good, I'm not stressed, I'm not overtired, if I get on an airplane and there's somebody in seat 22B next to me, I'm going to just naturally prioritize that relationship. And I might start talking to them. Somebody else might be what? Prioritize being challenged and guarded. Before headphones, do you think I maybe drove a couple people crazy? Thank you. When they first came out, one guy said to me, here, why don't you wear these headphones that my wife gave me for Christmas? I'm like, oh, thank you. This is boring. All right, so this is where, though, what I want you to recognize were misalignment and miscommunication, because what motivates one might motivate another. Won't spend time on your priorities. I'm going to ask you to read them later, see how they might show up in the council meetings, how you're putting those first, and where they might be colliding with other people's behavioral priorities. But I do want you to go to motivators and stressors, go to WP3. Now, Robert, I didn't call on you. Take a minute to look through and grab me 1 or 2 motivators and 1 or 2 stressors. If everybody could grab 1 or 2 motivators and 1 or 2 stressors. And for instance, Allison, some of the stuff from that C style, that accuracy will show up in your motivators, stressors. Ben, the collaboration will show up in yours too. It's written specifically to where your dot landed and if any line shading. WP3, I'm just going to call on a couple of you to share. Tell me, Robert, when you have 1 or 2.
Just emphasizing quality and being efficient.
Okay, I want everybody to hear this. It motivates them to emphasize quality and being efficient. Does that state that Steve can't do quality work? Or Ben? What is it telling me? What's it telling me? He's going to get energy from it. So he gets energy from making sure something, when it's put out there, looks good, packaged right, doing quality work, efficiency. What are a couple stressors for you?
This says some of my teammates. No, it doesn't say that. No, it doesn't say that. It doesn't say that. Dealing with people who don't meet your standards.
Yeah.
Having to display empathy or emotional support.
Thank you. Having to display empathy. It doesn't mean that he doesn't have empathy. or feelings or emotions, even if a significant loss has occurred, the CD style, they can control those emotions, and displaying empathy can be a little bit of a stretch for them. Ralph, I am with the SI style, a little bit opposite. Could you share one motivator or two motivators and one or two stressors?
It just says I'm awesome all the way around. So developing relationships with others, being around people who are lively and cheerful.
Yep, hang on to me for 1 second. Being around people that are lively and cheering, making a positive difference in people's lives. Does that mean that Robert can't do that, or does, not being? No, it just means when he's around people that are lively and cheerful, going to what? Get energy from it the same way he gets energy from quality. Give me one stressor, two stressors.
Dealing with angry and argumentative people.
Thank you. Allison.
So what motivates me is initiating change and promoting innovation.
Thank you. Initiating change, it gives her what? That extra energy. And I want you to hear this. When we're now doing things that give us energy, we don't even have to be paid. We just do it. Give me a couple stressors.
Partnering with overly cautious and indecisive people.
Thank you. Thank you. What I want you to recognize here is what motivates one person also can demotivate another. What motivates one can demotivate another. And are we aware of how our interactions and our behaviors, how we may not even recognize that we're causing some undue stress or friction without even knowing it? Because like Roy said, we don't, people smile and nod, and oftentimes we don't even realize what's going on inside somebody. All right, with that, we've been sitting here now for an hour and a half, so we will take a little break, and when we come back, we'll begin to just talk a little bit about why we react the way we do. 10-minute break?
10-minute break? You guys, it's your meeting.
7 or 10?
15 till?
15 till, work the rest.
Let me get this off.
Okay, all right, sounds good.
So we don't get caught in the hot.
I'm going to go ahead and call a break at 10:34.
So yeah, no, I'll tell them to send you the info.
Not surprising.
don't know.
I don't know if I ever, I'm sure I said that at some point, yeah.
So 90% of the time I use this password, 10% Okay, 1 minute warning. Let's get rolling. 1 minute. It's on? You good? You're muting me? Okay, watch this cord. You hear me? In a minute. You'll get it in a little bit. And I will send you an email. It'll say, here's a new password. Log in with this. Okay. But I can't, I have to get them to do it. I can't do it. They won't let us. Okay, we lost the mayor. We got to find the mayor. We got to have. Oh, there you. I saw Robert somewhere. I thought that was Robert. Okay. Oh, here he comes. Okay, so at this stage of the game, just kind of put some foundation on here. Everybody should have a pretty good sense of seeing yourself in that model. Once again, it's kind of like, okay, it's not the perfect, but it gives you a perspective of how you see yourself, and once again, how other people see themselves. And usually we get to this stage and everybody's like, okay, are we comfortable seeing kind of, and you might have changed now. Somebody looked at what you were and what you are now. We'll get into that a little bit because you can change. Greg changed. Where did Greg go? He's back. Oh, he's over there getting food, okay? You can change, okay? There's some things that have an impact here. But now that you have a good comfort zone of seeing yourself, now we're going to kind of change a perspective. And I like to use these words right here, all right? We're going to move from me thinking, and there's nothing wrong with me thinking, to what? We thinking. Okay, now it's not just understanding myself. Now I need to understand the people that I come in contact with, engage with them, all right? So we're moving from me thinking to we thinking. And as we talk about kind of understanding this, just real quickly, how many of you ever worked with somebody and in a very short window, 30 minutes, you're looking at them, they're going, what the heck is wrong with that guy? You're just like, that makes, he's not speaking the same language. And I don't mean English versus Spanish or Chinese. It's just like, we're not on the same page here. People can confuse us because you're not sure. There's some people, this is my language, their clock is wound differently. And there's some people in this room, everything is go, go, go. Let's make it happen. We got to do everything quick. There's other people that go, no. Let's take our what? It's not in this circle, but let's take our time. Let's plan it out. How many people at this table are morning people? Ben, what time do you get up in the morning? 4 in the morning. Drink some coffee, get the day going, right? How many people are like, oh, 4 in the morning, that doesn't work for me? Like, no. It's just kind of the way our clocks are wound. There's some people that are easy to work with. There's some people that are what? Hard, difficult to work with, okay? We just start to see there's some differences. And so we start talking about kind of understanding myself. Now let's look about understanding others. Jump over to page WP5, okay? Because we're going to begin this kind of, let's start looking at other distyles. And if you look at the bottom of WP5, you'll start to have some descriptors of this is how you can, what you'll notice about people with these tendencies, preferences, and priorities. D's versus S's, C's versus I's. So to help demonstrate those differences, I'm gonna let you guys in on a meeting that's going on. Kind of like maybe a council meeting, okay? But this is a bunch of peers that are meeting together to resolve a project issue. Okay, now let me just make sure I'm gonna set the stage here. There is one of each style in this video. And once you start watching, it's gonna be pretty easy to decide which one it is. But what I want you to kind of observe is, what is it they say? How do they say it? What's their thought process to make you think, oh, that's a D, or that's an I, or that's an S, or that's a C. And as we go through that little process, once again, these are all peers, and what's gonna happen is they're gonna have this discussion, and they're gonna stop in the middle of the discussion, and they're gonna turn around and speak to you directly, the audience, and tell them, here's how I see this. So we get to the end of this video, this is what I want you to do. I want you to tell me who's a D, who's an I, who's an S, who's a C, but more importantly, if you had to pick somebody to work with on a project, which one would you work with? Who would you pick, and why? We good? Good. All right. So here we go. Here goes the video. What's the objectives of this little learning lesson?
To determine who you work with.
Understand different disc styles and how they're wired. So here we go.
The board wants an update on the Galaxy project by Friday.
Well, what do you think they mean by update?
It's got to mean they want the prototype. That's what they've liked in the past.
Well, it makes more sense for us to develop our project plan and set some clear deadlines before creating a prototype.
Well, is there any reason we can't do both? Actually, this couldn't have come at a better time, and I think it'll end up being really great for us. It's always been easy for me to see the bright side. So I mean it when I say that this will be good for us. I really do my best work when I'm on a team and we're all collaborating and brainstorming together. It feels like you're a part of something special. And that's pretty cool. So where were we?
Well, should we start with the project plan?
Oh,
and then-
definitely not. They will want the big picture, which is why we need to focus on the prototype.
We'll look unprepared if we don't have a plan. I don't think we should just slap something together.
But what if we include some new features? That'll really wow them, right? I mean, we could whip that up by Friday, right?
People always underestimate the amount of work that goes into whipping something up. I like to plan ahead and be prepared. It's important to consider all the angles of a project and develop a sound strategy for moving forward. It takes time at first, but it's time you save in the end because you get it right the first time. There's no way we can develop a project plan and a prototype with new features by Friday.
Exactly. Another reason to just focus on the prototype.
I'm all the way up on the computer.
So here's the thing. I'm not just trying to get my own way. We've been here before, and I know that the prototype works. And I know that I'm not the boss. I just have a tendency to take charge of meetings, projects, conversations, people, yeah, pretty much everything. It's just I can see the path we need to take to get the win, and I want to get us there quickly so we can move on to the next challenge.
Mine's all the way up.
Okay, but if we're thinking of adding features, we need to talk to the other departments so that they can have input and they don't feel left out.
That is a good idea, Tom. Plus, we'll have more people on our side. I'm gonna set something up.
I think it's important to take other people into consideration before making a decision. You know, when you make that sincere effort to understand someone else's point of view, they know you care about them and that their opinion matters. And I think everyone needs that. I mean, I know I do. So I do my best to make sure this is a friendly place that runs smoothly for everyone. You know, I want to be a good teammate, so I work hard and help others out. And people know that they can count on me to get the work done. And that's what's most important.
I'm not on board with this. I don't feel comfortable moving forward without a project plan, so I'm gonna work on that for the next few days.
As long as you get me the code for the new features, that's priority one.
Well, I can work on the code for the new features and update the presentation deck from the original proposal. Does that help? Would that work?
Awesome.
Yeah.
And I went in on the presentation prep. I've got a few ideas how to really showcase the new features.
Sounds great.
So is everyone in on the meeting with the other departments?
Yep, I'd really like to go.
Okay.
Not me.
Oh, yeah, maybe I shouldn't go then. I'll help Dante with the code.
Yeah, me either. I'm going to work on the prototype. Dante, send me the code that's already written.
How many have ever been in one of these meetings where you could just see different priorities, different perspectives, different opinions? You know, this is the direction we need to go in. And you look at these four individuals. Once again, they're pretty clear. They're actors demonstrating a D style. Who was the D style in that? Sally. Why do you guys think Sally was a D style? Let's just get this done. How many know some people listen like, doesn't matter, we don't got time for that other stuff. No, we don't worry, let's just go do it. Do it now. That's what needs to happen. Okay, so if Sally is the D, who's the S in this group? Tom. How do you know Tom's an S?
Just wants to, whatever anybody wants.
See, now you could argue that. He was more about what? Let's talk to everybody.
Make sure everybody's taken care of.
Let's have a conversation. Let's have a discussion. Let's make sure people have some input. Okay? Who's the I in this group? Stephanie. How do you know she's an I? I mean, she's just all excited. This is gonna be so fun. This is gonna be how many of you guys had? How many of you guys had a council meeting where somebody's up there going, "Oh, this is gonna be great. This is all," and you guys are like, "What is wrong with this person?" Right? Okay, and that means Dante is our what? Is our C. How do you know Dante's a C?
He just wants a plan.
Gotta have a plan. Gotta have structure. Ooh. And once again, as you start looking at this, in any kind of a meeting, any group of people, you're going to see these different perspectives and different opinions, right? And as we talk about kind of understanding these, how many of you think, that D perspective, that's the way we solve problems around here? Al's like, yeah, that's the way we do it. Let's just do it. Is there anything wrong with that? What's the negative side of that?
You don't take time to work.
Ooh.
And it can cause problems later.
It can come around. What else? You're right. Those people will push the meter. But what's the other side of that coin? How many ever seen? They push too fast. They push too far. And then it's like, well, maybe we should have thought through. There's two sides to every one of these coins. So if that's the D perspective, let's talk about the C's. What's the positives of having C's on a council so we can have everything organized and planned? What's the positive? That's the negative. I want the positive. Mark, tell us what's
Analysis paralysis or maybe like getting things done right.
We start to see there is some we're going to make sure it's all done right. But what's the negative side of that? Sometimes we need more data. You got to give me more facts. We don't have enough data here. Okay, you can kind of balance this both sides of it. Let's talk about eyes. Okay, we got a couple eyes on the. What's the positives of having an eye in a meeting? Say it again, Ben. Ideas, innovation, creativity. They can see things. They can see things that the rest of you are like, we can't do that. They're able to see those things. Okay.
The troops.
Yeah. What's the negative side of having that personality style in a meeting? Say it again, Barbie.
Don't get a damn thing done.
Don't get it done. Well, they like to talk about it. They get too extreme, too innovative, too out there. It's like, we're not going to get it done. Did I do Tom already? Did we talk about S's yet? I can't. No? All right, so what's the positive of having Tom in the meeting? He's open.
He wants to help.
He's collaborative. He's engaged. He's listening. Here we go. Some of these people that don't listen, they want to go. And I gotta have more facts. Let's listen. Okay, let's engage. That's the positives. They're very collaborative. They make sure the team is like we're all focused on things. Ralph, you want to add anything? What's the positive of these people?
Well, I mean, when I walk away from all this, it's almost kind of like making a meal, right? You need the right ingredients.
The right times.
And I feel like every one of these styles can bring that to the table.
And it's about understanding. It takes all of us working with each of us. And here, it takes each of us understanding all of us. And that's when the magic happens, is when, okay, I know me, but now how do we take this and understand all of us and leverage that so that we're not, oh, we're not going to get nothing done because we're talking to me. We're moving too fast, or oh no, we're collaborating. It takes all of that together at the right time, at the right place. Like a good recipe, you got to mix it together.
Because I think too much of any one thing can derail.
Once again, talk about what doesn't work. 2 Ds, on a project, 2 S's, you just start to see. So we're not going to spend time here, but in your profile, okay, I'm going to jump this past. In your profile on pages WP 6 through 9 are some very specific details about how you would work with any one of those styles.
But doesn't the problem, the challenge you're facing, determine what ratio of the disc is needed? In an emergency situation, you don't need a bunch of certain type of people. You need something probably more D.
And I'm going to say it this way. It's not that you need that type of person. You need to have the capacity, the mental, emotional intelligence to go, wait a minute, this is the way I'm wired. I want to talk about this, but the house is on fire. We don't got time to talk. We got to rescue people and get out of here, depending on the situation. So circumstances, we talked about this yesterday, depends on who's involved, what the issue is, and where we're at. But how do I leverage that so we're using it the best way we can? Does that make sense? Yep. There's not a one way fixes everything. It's more of an understanding of this is how I'm wired, this is how I prefer to do it, but there may be situations where it doesn't make sense to do that. So pages WP 6 through 9 is very specific about how you, and once again, how many of you in the back of your mind are already thinking there's one style that just is not easy to understand? Why do they do this? Why do they do it that way? All of us kind of, we may not admit it, but there's probably one that's kind of like, it's just not easy to digest. Go to that page. We're not going to do it in this class, but it is worth digesting and figuring out, hey, if I want to be effective in understanding them, that's what I need to do. All right.
This section helps you understand them. We're going to try this mic real quick. Throw it around my neck. Don't let me forget, I have a prize for you, because that really is what it's about, is being able to leverage the strengths and really be able to play to each other's strengths and understand our motivators and help people play to what? Those motivators. Because if somebody gets energy from being an expert, well, maybe they don't mind doing that little bit of extra research on a topic. But if somebody else gets energy from that persuade. So it's really being able to play with each other's strengths. Now, I'm using this analogy, Robert and Ralph, because you both have brought it up, and Ben, you came up here. It isn't my style that's important. It is knowing when to flex. So to give you an example, our S style and our C style, and I don't mean to use this analogy, but I use it wherever we go, they don't mind firefighting once in a while. But if firefighting is a way of life, if everything's always a crisis because we're not organized and we not plan, that's going to cause them undue frustration. Stretching, pulling that trigger, got to make a decision. Any style can do that. But living in that all the time, every time, might take a little bit more energy for a different style. Somebody else who that's very comfortable, they don't realize the things that they're leaving in the wake behind. Because they do move so fast. So it's really just that understanding, and that's what we want to get out today. So what we're going to talk about next very, very briefly is how do we adapt to each style? We always say, think of that style that you might struggle with the most. I'm not going to go through all 4 characters, but when we talk about how to adapt, all right, so if our D styles are very bottom line oriented, very direct, they don't sugarcoat things. They're very, very competitive. They like to win. They race their navigator coming to work, even though navigators have come a long way, like since the days of the TomTom and Garmin. They still look at ETA 932 and they want to race that navigator. They like to have control of things. So if I were to say, hey, what are 3 tips to work better with the D style, what might it be? How do I work and communicate? How do I connect with the D style? Anybody just want to yell it out?
Get to the point.
Get to the point, and they like bullets. And they like you to reply now, even if that reply says, hey, in a meeting, get back to you at 4 o'clock. They look at you as competent when you say that versus not getting back, because they toss something to you, they want to know you got the ball. Words that might resonate with them are bottom line. Yeah, hey, let's just get to the point. They like options, option A, option B, high-level facts. But let's come to our opposite style, our S style. They come across as warmer, friendlier, not as direct. As a matter of fact, they can be indirect, so much so that saying no can be difficult, and they take on more than they can chew because it's not comfortable for them. They don't want to let people down, so they often don't say no. And they take things on, and they use their listening skills, that empathetic listening skill, more than most. And when people come grumbling and complaining to them, they thrive on harmony and people getting along. When people come grumbling and complaining to them about another team member or council member or whatever, what do you think that is doing to them? It's draining, but they're smiling and they're nodding and they're thinking, why don't you go read the book Crucial Conversations? Because this is really making my stomach turn. Yeah, okay. All right, so our S style, what we want to come across as sincere. They got a built-in BS detector. Great job. Now that might fall for Steve because we have a high need for like, okay, good, thank you, you approved, right? But not the S. They really want to know, why did I do a good job? Thank you, I know you put in extra hours. Thank you, I know that took this. They want very sincere compliments, sincere feedback, and also quiet feedback. They are demotivated by public recognition. And words that resonate with them are polite words, things like the use of their name and please and thank you, all those things we learned in kindergarten. Ralph, I don't know you well, but I bet you if I had Outlook and we did know each other well, I could go pull up emails from you, and the odds are he's used my name, please, thank you, and maybe even the word kindly here or there. Patterns of behavior, I don't know. So when we're just kind of shooting emails at them because we're in a hurry and we just want to get it done and check it off the list and there's no politeness, what does that S style begin thinking of us? And they like harmony, they like collaboration, and hey, they don't mind change and they don't mind making difficult decisions. They just want you to tell them, how is this decision going to impact the people and how are we going to help the people through this change? And then they'll pull the trigger. Our I style, a little unique. They use their sixth sense more than others when it comes to making decisions. See, they see and sense patterns and trends. And how do I connect with them? How do I resonate with them? Is that maximum effort to connect. They have a high need for relationships and a high need for, okay, I'm fitting in, approval. And so they do, I like to say they are the only style, sorry, Steve, that falls for lame flattery. Great job. Amazing.
We're the most fun.
We are the most fun. And therefore, what we want to do is really bring them into the fun. Say, hey, we're going to have, an event. It's going to be fun. We want you to participate. So you're talking to your community. Make sure if this isn't your style, say, hey, this 5K, it's going to be fun. Not just a fundraiser, it's fun because what? They want to participate in things that are fun and exciting, and they get energy from meeting new people, something that could demotivate my true C styles. They get energy from meeting new people, and you ready? They love connecting people. They got people. So if I'm moving to Schertz, not only is he going to play city manager telling me where to go, what to do, I need a dent here. They know people and they get energy from connecting their peeps. As a matter of fact, anybody who knows me, I get so much energy when I connect people. All right, so they're networkers, and natural networkers comes very natural to them. But our C style is a little bit different, and that's actually measured. The I up here, that is actually the measurement, extrovert. More extroversion than the average person. And the C style is opposite, introverted. They get energy from what? Working alone, thinking, critical problem solving. It can demotivate them to mingle with strangers. Why? Because they like to have a plan and they don't want to be wrong and they don't want to make a mistake. And when I go to these social things, what if I say the wrong thing? Because there's no script, there's no research, there's no practicing. And so the C style, how do I connect with them is I've got to be prepared and I got to show them that I am serious about the things that are important to them, which is data and processes and history. And somebody said it, D's and I's, they do look forward. Their body language leans forward. S's and C's tend to be backward, but S's and C's tend to look at past history, the way we've done it. So C's, like I said, the I senses a pattern and trend. They don't really know why, something out there, and then they come up with that C style. Boy, they can take those numbers and they see patterns and trends from a historical perspective, and they can turn that history of data into a beautiful story. So they want you to come prepared. They want you to come with facts. And they like to keep things on a more serious and a more professional level at first. You see, once we get to know somebody and once we get comfortable, our guard can go down. And that's why you've got to be careful, because in a small group, when people start to know each other and people get comfortable, well, guess what? Any style can be fun. Any style can be warm. Every style is caring, but it sometimes takes us a little way to find our way. So that's generic, and we've given you a generic how to get along with each style. Your profile is specific to you when it comes to pages. WP10 is the generally speaking. I've given you a takeaway on the generally speaking stuff. Not going to go through, we're going to skip those videos. I'm not going to go through this right now. This is based on where your dot landed and your line shading, and it says, how do you be more effective with the D, I, S, or C? So for example, this is WP 12, which would be the I, WP 11 is the D, but it gives you some tips. So before you go into a council meeting, maybe just look at what are the styles and say, hey, wait, we've got some problems, and look. And you can do it on your Catalyst portal too, very specific. But maybe you're talking with somebody in your community and you kind of think that there are certain style. You can go in and here's some quick, what do we do when we need to be more effective? Problems need to be solved. But how about this one? Do your council meetings ever get tense? No? Sometimes. Yeah. But if they, what do we do when things get tense? All right, but that's generically speaking. But the profile's written to you. But what I'd like to do is spend a moment for you to take out a pen and a paper. And based on your style, I'd like you to just share 3 tips. 3 tips. If you were to give Allison, Robert a cue card, hey, here's 3 tips to work better and communicate with me. Here's how I like to receive information. Here's how I digest things. So for me, quite frankly, mine would be show me in pictures. I don't see, it took Roy 14 years to create me a color-coded bank summary of where we were at. He would pull out balance sheets and all that kind of, they're just blur to me. Give me pictures, give me color codes, return my calls, or just hit the reply button, on an email, because sometimes I think you're mad at me if you ignore me. And that's really me. That's right out of the eye. I come up with some dramatic story of what I did to offend you. And so those are just a couple, but come up with 3 tips to work better with you so that, in fact, it's very personalized. Give you just a couple minutes to do that.
Do you have questions?
Does everybody have 2 at least? Robert, you got 2 things at least?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Robert, a CD style, correct?
Yes.
And I'll have you mark it on the name tags later if you don't mind, or I can do it. Give us 3 tips to work better with you or to communicate or how you like to receive info.
Well, this is what I wrote down. I don't know if it's 3, but it was,
It's okay.
give me a problem summary, give me some options, seek feedback. So it'd be like, hey, here's what I've been hearing. Here's some of what I think may solve it. What are your thoughts? Seeking feedback, and then probably do it best via phone call. And then I'll talk to you later about it in a little bit and see what you thought about it. That's how I would handle Robert Westbrook.
I love it. And it goes back to a role play we did yesterday, remember, and where we delivered a message to a C-style and we said, then we'll circle back with you. So here it is and we'll circle back. But so there's some good information. Everybody hear that? You're getting some nice cues. Mark, DC style.
DC?
CD or DC?
I'm a CD.
CD, okay?
Same thing, concise.
Yep,
I don't need the fluff, I need data-driven facts.
yep.
Have some analysis in there, and organized. Let's talk about what we're doing. I don't need to have all kinds of crazy stuff in there.
Thank you. So is it clear? Is it to the point? Is this piece necessary? Facts, data-driven. Steve, I-style.
I guess communicate with me really verbally and in person's preferred, and kind of making that connection rather than just an email or something really short and brief. Sharing how you feel about something, because you could tell me something, but are you mad, sad, glad, upset, happy, just so I know the motivation of what it is that's being communicated. And I feel like I can address things better that way. And then the last is understanding, I guess, showing me how it fits into the vision of what we're doing, right? So the vision and the mission and how we get in, how does this conversation or what it is that you want to do fit into that?
I love it. Remember, we talked about I-style in pictures and why. Here's the vision. How does it fit in? But you're also sensing and picking up some of that feeling. Tell me, how are you feeling about this? It's okay. You can be vulnerable with me, is I think what I hear him saying. How you feeling about it? But then where does it fit into the big picture? Thank you.
Well, and let me clarify. It helps me understand motivation.
Yeah. Because that sensing, that sensing, that patterns, that trends of people even. So it helps him determine that. Ben, DI, right? ID with some S shading. 2 tips to work better with you.
I would say effective communication, advance notice. Let me know what's gonna happen within the next week, so I can plan, so I can be ready. I don't want to be caught off guard. Next one is bring structure to the table, a structured idea, not just a fruit salad.
Yes.
Bring something that's got vision and structure, so we can go ahead and digest it one by one. And then the last one is teamwork. Always got to bring teamwork to the table.
Thank you. I love it. Now, if you're starting to learn more about DISC, some of you have been through DISC before. He said some things that are outside that DI style. What did he ask for? Be structured, be prepared. 10 minutes of planning saves what? Look, forecast what's coming down the pike. That's coming out of maybe his IS shading. That's coming because he wants what? Doesn't want those surprises. But when he said the word teamwork, he actually lit up. Like I could see your hands moving, your eyes sparkled when he said, okay, bring teamwork. Those 3 things. So that's why we don't want to just simply, we're more than just dots on a page. Those are right out of that line shading in that S style. Mary, 1 or 2 things. What you got there? 3 things.
So,
coming up with ideas and sharing the one that is the most appropriate, like, these are my ideas, but this is the one that I feel like we should go with, is that? You know, instead of leaving it out and open to everybody to decide which one.
Yep.
And then if you want to implement something, have a plan. All right, so that way we can move forward with it instead of us trying to generate that plan, you know, based on your idea. And then lastly, you know, on anything that we want to do to move forward, how does this affect the organization? How does it affect our service delivery?
Thank you. Thank you. So some of that's coming out of the style, but some of it's coming out of the role that you need to keep front and center. How is it impacting our service delivery collectively as a whole? Because here's the thing. Sometimes we got to give and take, don't we, in our roles? And sometimes we might have to sacrifice something we are fighting for the good of the what? The whole. And not be so emotionally tied to our or my constituent, my idea. Hey, let's look at the whole thing, because now here's where real teamwork begins. This is where we can give and take.
I will come up with an idea, and I'll tell everybody, I'll tell my staff is, here's what I want to do, and this is why, and tell me why I should do something different.
Thank you. Allison.
So typically in a meeting when I'm doing this, I'm gonna lean more to the eye. I wanna see a vision. I wanna see it. I can't just, I need to see it.
Thank you. So not just talk about it, see some kind of visual, pictorial representation of it on a whiteboard, on a screen. Thank you.
And then I guess I'm leaning to more, give me the facts and how quickly can it get done.
Thank you. What style's that coming out of? She's got some D in her.
My D and then the C.
Yep.
Because of the facts.
The D is also the facts. Yep. Yep. D's, they like and need the facts, actually. Got one more there, or was it just two?
No, it was just those three.
And so I think it's important for us to know these things. And I don't know if maybe we could get those collected, type them up, share them with each other. I don't know. But hey, these are just little cue cards, operating manual, not just for a disc style, but here's how I like to receive it. A lot of my clients don't know it, but like I said, if Steve, if I send you an email and you didn't reply for 4 days, I don't know you're on PTO and you forgot to put the out of office message on. I really will start dreaming up something I did wrong. All right, so it was so cute because I have a C client one day and she just said, thank you, I got it. I'm like, thank you. All right, so let me ask you this. What have you learned about adapting and working with others based on DISC or even each other? Have you learned something so far today? I know we're going fast and furious, right?
I think what I am doing this and knowing all of everybody's survey and as we've been talking, realizing that we also have to be adaptable. Of how we need to work forward. So, because as a D, I may want my idea to be forceful, but there are other things at play, and we have to all work together.
Yes. Yeah. And then like we were talking about earlier with Robert, sometimes though, wait, my D style does need to plow this through, but that's that emotional intelligence awareness. Knowing my style, hey, this is, I need to leverage this, or no, wait, maybe right now I got to back down. Because oftentimes, anybody ever go to a team building or a leadership training where they show you a picture of an old woman and there's like, you ask people, what did you see? And some people see an old woman and some people see a rich, a wealthy young woman. So people see different things. And sometimes we just may not be seeing the whole side of the story. So Roy, you're going to talk about the resources on Catalyst, correct?
Yep.
I know we talked about.
Oh, yes.
Like the CD or DC styles, the IS, SI styles. You ever get like a DS or IC?
Very rarely, but sometimes when the dot is pushed closer to the center, we can go into a behind the scenes report and then we can see if in fact they'll have it. Like what we will get is an eye with line shading into accuracy, and that will happen. But once you think about it, if somebody really is an IC, that's saying prioritize extroversion, I prioritize quantity versus quality. So that pattern itself is somebody who really, doesn't know who they are, or they could have something going on. But like I said, that line shading, it's not saying I'm an I with line shading in the C. I'm not an IC. But we had somebody here yesterday, they prioritized accuracy in the workplace. They prioritized that with their C coworkers, but they're not a C just because they prioritize accuracy.
Can you talk a little bit more about the development of emotional intelligence in terms of these are our tendencies, right?
Yes.
I have a tendency towards being an I, but then there are life experiences and other things and situations that force me to act more like a D or a C.
Yes.
Or an S. And so I know what needs to be done and how to do it. And because of the reality of the situation, even though it's not maybe how I would approach it. Am I making sense?
Yeah, emotional intelligence is that ability to, on the spot, be able to literally and we actually have on Catalyst, we can flip a switch for an EQ model of this, but it's recognizing that pattern, stopping it and say, is there a better way? I'll give you an example. I've been teaching DISC for over 30 years now. Teaching it, know it inside and out, backwards and forwards. Wiley came out with this agile EQ, and I can adapt to different people. I really can. If I know somebody's a C, I try to build in the different words. I calm down when the adapting. But what I didn't recognize was, while I can adapt to a C, I don't know how to slow down and see if their mindset, how they approach something, would be better. So in the Agile EQ, one of the things it told me was, ask yourself, can my response wait? It took me 5 years to this day. It's been 5 or 6 years, or now when I'm getting ready to flash off an email that 90% of the time was on my phone, would show up on somebody's screen with typos, cause confusion. I'm finally going, and I'm in the middle of it going, oh, better save that as new. Like, even that was emotional intelligence, recognizing, hey, me flashing off these emails, Johnny on the spot, so proud of that, could have been causing it was causing tension. And does that make sense? Mm-hmm. So it's not only your ability to adapt and read the room, it's catching yourself and saying, wait, maybe there's a better response. And that's the same thing when we're in conflict. Anyone else? Roy's going to show us Catalyst.
So I'm just going to show you a picture of what's available to you. Then I'm going to take you to Live Catalyst. And before we go to Live Catalyst, we're going to have this conversation about you, the council, as a group. We put everybody's dot on one map. What does it tell us? What does this picture look like, right? So we're going to go to Live Catalyst and talk about your resources. One of the things you'll be able to see is everybody inside of the Schertz world who has completed an assessment. You'll be able to go and see them. And I'll show you in live. You can actually do a comparison with them, with other people on the council, with anybody who's completed a DISC assessment, right? Once again, you can turn it private. We suggest you don't do that, but if somebody's worried about it, you can.
Roy, why don't you explain what Catalyst is?
Say that again?
Tell them what Catalyst is.
Okay, Catalyst is the portal that you took the assessment on. After you complete the assessment, there's actually and I'm gonna show it to you live, there's a ton of resources for you to go and learn more about yourself, more about this DISC model, more about the other people inside the organizational world, and to create some groups. I'm going to show you your group here in a second. So, I know you took the assessment, and you forgot about it. I'm going to make sure you get access to it again. You know how to get into it because it is a powerful tool. But the one thing that I do want to talk about is if we were to take everybody's dot in this room, or that was here, everybody that took the assessment from council perspective, and put it on one map, what do you think it would look like? You got a DI, you got an SI, you got a DI, you got an I. Well, yeah, you're not on this one, right? Yeah, we should have put you on there, but we didn't. We can. CD, DC, and then you got Michelle and Paul. So here's a picture, because I'm going to have a little conversation about what this looks like. Because when you think about, okay, well, individually, I kind of know how I'm wired. I know how I want to address an issue. But now collectively, and here you guys are, this council that collectively has to what? Makes decisions, needs to discuss issues. How is that going to work when you look at this picture right here? Ooh. And I'm Scott. When I look at this, I go, how are you guys going to make decisions? You don't want to have a long debate. You do not want to have a long conversation. It is not about how we feel about that. It is all about what? We got to do it when? Now. Okay? Those three dots up at the very far end, strongly inclined, when they make a decision, we don't need to have any debate. Okay, but there's three people over on that, I'm going to call it that West Coast, that CD side. When they're looking at issues, what's the most important thing to them? Not doing it quickly, it's doing it what? Is this the right decision? Do we have all the facts? Does it make sense? You know, how does this fit into the bigger picture? And just stay with me a minute, okay? You got three council members at the very top going push, push, push. You got three council members over going what? Well, they're just barely across the slow it down line, but they want to make sure they're doing it the facts, the right thing. You start, and then you got poor Ralph over here. How many can see Ralph over here on this going what? Let's talk about it. Let's have an open conversation about this.
But it's so funny because it seems that that's what he does, but for the meetings, he's like, let's just get this.
And that's emotional intelligence. He has learned in this environment, in this situation, in this circumstance with these people, this is what we got to do. But I really want you to understand when you look at this picture, Marianne didn't do this, okay? Hear me. How many people in this room are left-handed? Yeah, look at all these people that are left-handed. General population is only 10% of the population is left-handed, okay? That's just statistically, all right? But those of
Wrong-handed.
we're going to get there.
That example.
When you fold your arms, because you're left-handed, that hand's always going to end up on top, correct? I don't know. Everybody fold your arms like this. Everybody fold your arms. How many of you, like me and Ralph? Me and Ralph have our left arm folded on top. How many have the wrong arm folded on top? Okay, do me a favor. Go like this. Everybody go like this. Fold your arms again, but this time do it the other way. What does it feel like? You can do it, but what does it feel like?
For me, it was normal either way. I also,
But when you don't think about it, what do you normally do? That's what you go to.
I can be, I don't know, sometimes I go either way.
This is what for most people, when we look at the way you're gonna respond to issues and situations.
Twice.
You're gonna go to your natural comfort zone. That's what you're gonna go to. Okay? That doesn't, and the most effective people are the ones that realize in this situation, in this set of circumstances, with this environment, that's not the best approach. I need to learn to adapt that. And we've all done that. We've learned how to do that. But here we go. As you start looking at this, when you guys are having council meetings, what is this going to tell you what you're naturally going to do? And is that a problem? Is that an issue? Or is that, maybe that's the way we should do it?
When you first see that, though, before we go too far ahead, when you first see that picture, and let's not forget, Steve is there in the
No,
I
Steve's
style.
not in that picture.
I know he's not,
Oh.
but I'm saying Steve is in there in the I style. Not off the chart, correct? You're kind of a moderate I.
On the very edge of I and ID,
Yeah.
right? And
Okay.
right there.
So he's got the, is it reading as an I style or ID?
Reading as an I, not
As
an
an I. We're very close, though, to that ID line. But when you see that, what's your first thoughts when you see that picture? When Roy first put it up there, what did you knowing what you know about DIS now? Fast, moderate, quantity, quality. Accepting and warm, skeptical guarded, collaboration, independence. What do you see?
Mark's one. The other one is, the other one is Robert. And so
Who's the low, the one that's low green?
Paul is, remember, I'm looking at this. Paul's the D, the straight up D, CD, the D. And then Allison's at the very top, Ben's at the top, and Michelle's the one that falls into the ID quadrant.
Michelle's the one that's slightly in the red.
Yep.
And then who are the other two?
One of them is Allison,
And one's Ben.
and one of them is Ben.
And then Paul is in the DC?
Paul's
Yes,
the D.
DC, right?
Yeah, DC, but he's in the
Yep.
green. He's in the D.
So, Ben and I are in the.
Ben, you and Ben are in. You guys are buddies.
Except for you have line shading in the West Coast.
He
You have
has-
line shading. Wait, our dots are identical. He has line shading like you. I have line shading with you. And believe it or not, that's where 90% of our issues come in, personal or business. Without knowing this, we would not be celebrating 15 years in March. Without recognizing this, I can promise you, as much time as we're together, we wouldn't have made it through year 6. We wouldn't have. I just call him an angry eye or wannabe C. And he has a code word for me, twin beds, and it has nothing to do with sleeping. All right, now let me ask you this. Where does your style, I want you to see you there, what does your style contribute to the council, to the group, to the team as a whole? What does your style contribute? Anybody? Teamwork. Yeah, especially you've got that line shading in that IS. What does your style, anybody, what's it contribute?
Collaboration?
Yes.
Enthusiasm?
Yep.
Oh, I'm saying this was
No, I
written up
want,
there.
we don't have your data. here.
But
We
bringing
should have
people
changed it
together and
last night.
kind of motivating folks.
Okay, so you're bringing motivation, you're bringing efficiency. Absolutely. Ralph, what do you contribute?
Hope to contribute to enthusiasm and collaboration.
Yes.
Only to be able to make sure that we're making the right decisions.
Yes. And I think, Ralph, you said it earlier. If we can learn to what? Work together, think of the great things we can do for this community. But we also have to recognize what happens when things get tense, because they will get tense. And that's where we can go into the comparison, one-on-one.
Don't take it personal.
Yeah, well, we won't go to that conversation today.
Conversation about that yesterday.
If we all in our heart know that every one of us is out for the common good of the community as a whole and making it a great place to work for city staff, if we can commit to that versus sometimes we get attached to our own issues or if we can really and now play to each other's strengths, there's no stopping what we can accomplish. Nothing. And so, Roy, can I move to?
Yeah.
Okay. So now what we want to
slide,
do is,
so
this is
we'll-
back to slides. It's not live, right?
What?
Improving my workplace effectiveness.
No, it's not. We're going to Catalyst Live next.
Okay. So
Okay.
Roy's going to show you how you can create your own maps. There's even things how you make decisions that you're going to love. So, Roy, go ahead.
Okay,
give
so
them a
I'm going to
good
take
tour.
you to this portal, Catalyst portal that you guys took the assessment on. And then can I pick on 2 people on council? Does anybody? Okay, so I want to pick on 2 people that are kind of opposite because you get to see the differences along those lines. So let me jump over here real quickly.
And I'll share this with you is when I first started in the fire service, that used to be a hard gig. I wanted something done a particular way, but it get done that way. There was no deviation.
Adapt. It depends on the situation. So when you log on to the Catalyst portal, this is the dummy portal. Then I'm going to take it to live. But you're going to see this. Okay, your disk style. Everything that we've covered today is under this your disk style. When you click on there, you know you're going to see. Oh, let me skip this little stupid thing. Commercial. Oh. Come on. Come on. All right. So when you first log on, you want to go to your disk style, and the things that we talked about in here this morning, it's just going to go through the same thing. It's going to go through understanding your map, your story, which you guys shared with each other in this room. You're going to see that same information on a virtual platform. But down at the very bottom of this, there's a podcast very specific to you. Okay. It is about your disk style. Most people look at this and go, an hour? I don't got time for an hour to listen to this thing. Let me tell you, you will learn so much about yourself. You will laugh. You will just like, oh, I did not know that about myself. And you go, that's true. It's about 90% of it, you're going to go, oh, this is so good. And the guy that did this is the main researcher with Wiley. He's a humorous, kind of a nerdy guy, but it is worth listening to, okay? When you go back home, I'm going to actually show you yours here in just a second, but a couple things that are worth looking at. This little section called Discology is really about kind of understanding all that model we just got through talking about, right? If you wanted to share with your significant other or people that you work with an understanding of how this works, there's actually a video you can go through, and that same little insight explain that process of D, I, S, and C, and kind of how it goes through there. Talked about those two dimensions, active versus reflective, accepting versus, and then it's going to go through the 4 styles and to the 12 disc styles. So, I mean, there's just so much there for you to continue to learn about yourself and understand. That's Discology. When you want to go, you're not going to have everything you see here because you're not going to have Agile EQ, you're not going to have management, but there's just a flip of a switch. We can put those in there. But everything that we talked about today, workplace, what drives you, that's your priorities, your motivators, and your stressors. Talk about, we hadn't got here yet, there's 3 strategies to help you be more effective. But it is so insightful to go through there. But there is something I want to show you that you're going to see it one way, and I'm going to show it to you a different way, is this section called Your Colleagues. So when you click on this, everybody who has completed a DISC assessment inside of the Schertz world, and it's isolated, it's only people in Schertz, you will be able to see them. And when you click on them, I'm going to show you an actual live one between Allison and Ralph here in just a second, all right? You'll get to see some information about them, all right? So I get to see what? Their disc style, what they care about, when I want to pull them in, what they're stressed by. I get to see the 2 maps together, kind of the visual of here's where we're at. I can go down and see these continuum. So, oh, wow, now I'm going to show it to you on a real live basis, and you'll start to see how important it is for us to understand each other. So once again, this is kind of the front end portal. It's not your organization. Now I'm going to kind of go in behind the scenes. This is the administrative side, just so that I can show you guys, the group, and some other information. So just the way I'm getting there, you're not going to get there. So the first thing I want to do is I want to go and look at learners, and I want to compare 2 learners. And I want to compare, once again, you're just going to select a name. I'm going to select Allison, and I'm going to select Ralph, right? R-A-L-F, right there, right? Okay, now, when you guys do it, when you do the comparison, the initials are going to be here. In this picture, you're not going to see the initials, right? So this is how Allison works with Ralph, okay? So she wants to, what does Ralph care about? Building relationships, encouraging people, getting along. I want to bring Ralph into a conversation when we need an empathic perspective. We want to understand the feeling side of an issue. We want to build some team spirit. We got to get accomplished this together, right? And we want to create a supportive, stable environment. What's going to stress Ralph? Working in a rigid, competitive environment. Oh, it's a dog-eat-dog world. That's no fun. I mean, you'll survive in it, but this is not what gives you juice, okay? Having to push people to keep them on task. You learn to do it, no question about it, but it's just not it's not that comfortable, okay? And having to be too insistent, that's what may stress him out. So now let's go look at the 2 maps of Allison and Ralph together. Oh, look at Allison, way up there, let's push, let's go, let's make it happen. Ralph's over here on this collaborative side, okay? They both don't have any additional, well, I take it back. Allison has an additional priority of challenge, right? And accuracy. So she's got 2 additional priorities. But now here's where this really gets extremely valuable. If I scroll down, there's going to be some differences and similarities that we can look at. Ralph and Allison both have a strong creative side. We can see things. We can see innovative new ideas, new policies, new ways of looking at how to solve certain things. You both prefer a faster pace. Okay, nobody on this council is like this. Okay. Both of you tend to be very positive. The glass is what? It's half full. It's not half empty. It's half full. Okay. Tend to challenge people. Both of you do. All right. And you push back when you're pushed. You don't. So here we go. Oh, okay. Let's see how this goes. Now let's go look at some of the differences. Okay. Allison shows a little bit less emotional support. I wouldn't have believed that with that shirt you're wearing. Okay. And that's once again, statistically, this is how it falls in. You may not agree. That's one of these little pictures we talked about. Okay. Ralph shows more emotional support. He cares, okay? Allison is a little bit more skeptical. It's on that challenging, side. Ralph's more accepting, more precise, less precise, more structure, less structure, wants closure. Let's get it done. Let's make it happen. Let's see what the best solution here is. So you're starting to see already, just you two working together on issues, this is going to be, we're going to see some differences. But now let's go down a little bit further. Let's compare some tendencies. Okay, now, once again, your initials will show up this on your picture. It doesn't on mine. Allison tends to overlook advice and input from others. Probably not her husband or not. It's like, Ralph tends to welcome input and advice from others. Okay, just look at when I talk about this is Allison, very strong-willed. Let's get it done. This is the way we need to do it. Where's Ralph at? He's kind of like, what can we work out? How can we work through this? Let's go down to this one. Private versus outgoing. Okay, who do you think's the private one? Neither one of you guys are both on the outgoing side. Okay, so, where do you think Steve is on this one? I can go down to focused on feelings, focused on logic. This is the black and white one. Who's focused on logic? Allison. Okay. Who's focused on feelings? I want to know how people feel about this. I want to understand, the perspectives on that. Frank versus tactful. Alan's going to call it like it is. Frank's going to try to, be a little more accommodating, speaks directly. Structured versus unstructured, focus on possibilities, focus on realities. Accepting versus skeptical. Fast-paced versus steady-paced. Once again, you could do this with everybody on council. And let me just tell you this. You should do it. One-on-one, go through it before this next meeting and just let's understand how we see each other. When you go down below, there's this tension. What are the benefits? Allison tends to be straightforward and may help surface important issues quickly. Yeah, we're not going to wait around and talk about it, right? Ralph's more agreeable nature helps prevent tension. He's a calming, force in a sea of conflict, okay? What are some of the roadblocks? Ralph may sometimes be surprised or offended by your bluntness. Have you ever been surprised by how forceful you are? And people are like, what did she do? Wow, okay. I'm saying, and there's some tips to understand that. That's connecting. Then we got collaboration. Then there's getting buy-in. Here we go. As a counselor, you got to try to convince them your position is the right perspective. If I want to do that with an individual, getting buy-in is important, okay? What are the benefits? What are the roadblocks? So on a one-on-one basis, this is a great tool. We're going to send you a link here in just a little bit so that you can access it again and we'll help you get logged on. If you can't remember your password, there's a password reset button, but if you don't remember your password, something.
Catalyst.everythingdisc.com. Write that down. Catalyst.everythingdisc.
Okay, now let me show you.
Right on time, Bryce.
All right, let me show you. We ain't got no lunch here yet, though, have we?
Yeah, but we have people that'll be coming, so. Okay, so, okay, sorry.
Okay, so now I'm going to go down here to groups. And right now, this is a private group that I have set up. You, when you get into your portal, you can create a group with up to 25 people of your own, okay? And you're going to see a little bit different view, but when I go show you this private group. I'm going to make it public as soon as we get done here so that you have access to this. I'll put Steve in there so that he's in there with you guys, all right? But right now, when I go look at this and I go look at group insights, kind of a little different picture of what you saw up there with the little dots, but it gives you a kind of a insights as to what the percentages are. And we'll add Steve in there so you're going to get more eye. But here we go down. Now let's look at tendencies. Now we're looking at the whole council. How many people are accommodating and want to listen and want to have a discussion? What's going to happen when you guys have this intense conversation and everybody's trying to push their perspective through? And this is what we want you to, as we're going through this, is you hope you start to see this and you realize, how do we collectively see this and leverage it so that we're understanding, hey, that's not how, not everybody's going to see it the same way. But there's a bunch of you that are very strong-willed on these issues, okay? Let's go down a bit further. Private versus outgoing, okay? Once again, you can see there's some people that are very outgoing, and then you get kind of a spread, but it gives you an insight. You guys got to do some community activity stuff on occasion, your parade, whatever else, you got to go do some things. Some of you guys are like, oh, no, another one of these things. And you got Steve, we'll put Steve on here. He'll be over on there. Oh, let's go do this kind of stuff. Focused on feelings versus focused on logic. Nobody has any feelings in this room? And what's the negative of this? What's the negative? What's the consequences we talk about?
That empathetic ear. Yeah, but that's necessarily a bad thing for council, because tell me if you think I'm wrong, but generally what we get is a phone call or an interaction from the public that's focused on their individual situation. But from the council perspective is we can't sit there and fix everybody's individual micro problems. We have to look at the big picture. So to me, that's probably good for the council as an entity that we're aligned with. Because again, we've got to look at the big picture. You know, everyone calls up and says, well, my street, my street, my street. And they sort of lose sight of the fact that the city has what, 200 and some plus miles of street that we have to maintain? And we work really, really hard to make sure that we're looking at 200 and some plus miles of road and figuring out, well, where are we getting the most bang for the buck and fixing the biggest problems, and not necessarily focusing on, well, I've had 3 people call and complain about their street, and the reality of it is, it's not that bad. It seems bad to them, but in the big picture of the community, it's really not.
Not taking another side, but anybody on there would like to say, wait a minute, there's another side to that issue. Is there another side to that issue?
Is there a time that a council group
Needs to consider.
And if so, where are those examples? And our point is, recognize it might be what, a blind spot for y'all.
Yeah, and my thing is, there's a lot of people that are not as vocal as us, right?
Ooh.
I like to hear people out, I like to listen to people, and I like to look at if what they're saying is an issue is truly an issue. Let's go look at it. And then look at that. But then, and I agree that we have a lot of streets, a lot of roads. But I also agree that we should be looking at all these streets and roads and prioritize what needs to be repaired.
What happens when the citizens' emotions, how to say, play a heavier hand in logic, right? Like, let's be trying to be honest and realize that this is being recorded. But it's like, listen, you show up and you're like, I've been there before. I've had, logically, maybe this is the direction we need to take, A, B, C. You have 20 people show up willing to stay till midnight, and their emotion probably trumps my logic. That's However you want to read into it, that's what you're going to get from me, Robert Westbrook, because they're voting citizens and their emotion. It's passionate. Maybe they don't see the big picture that I see, but if they're willing to stay till midnight, I'm probably going to defer to their emotional because it affects them on a personal level. That's me. So I don't know. So emotion does have a part in it, just not.
And that's all this is really designed to, it's not designed to change how you see the world. It's designed to let you see there's people in this room that they don't see, you guys lean this way, and there's nothing wrong with that, but just recognize there's gonna be times and situations, talk about this, circumstances, certain people, certain issues, where you gotta take this into mind. This is how we're gonna look at these issues. Okay, great, nothing wrong with that, but just keep in mind, not everybody sees that way. And you are here to represent who? Everybody. And I guarantee you guys, all right, you guys can laugh at you want. I can guarantee you, all of Schertz is not that, is not that focused on logic. They're not that strong-willed. There's a lot of them that are, but not the whole community. Does that make sense?
Well, we'll talk this afternoon a little bit more when we show you the city staff. When really you might need empathy, not just with the constituents. And then Robert, who will address that question too that you mentioned.
Any other comment? Once again, on an individual basis, you can go in there and look at yourselves, look at other council members. And I'll put it this way too. You'll have access to staff, but just keep in mind, in theory, when we look at that global picture, you really guys need to go through Steve to have that kind of an influence to get that accomplished. Because when you start going all over the place, and staff's got to go through Steve to come back to you guys, correct? Let me help you guys. Go like this. This is yes.
I like everybody's official energy right now.
All right, so let me show you the last thing that we're going to do lunch. In your profiles on page WP4. Here.
And there are conversation starters in there, and I encourage you to do them on the Catalyst. One of them is how we make decisions, and literally it walks you through, do you agree with where you plotted? And it gives you tips for better decision making. I mean, that portal has so much richness to it. A whole section called discology, so spend some time there.
How long will we have access to it?
I'd like to say unlimited, but the world changes.
It's unlimited as far as we know, yes.
All right, so last thing we'll do, lunch is here. Yeah, last thing we're gonna do, go to WP4, and there's 3 strategies identified for each of you. And this is kind of the low-hanging fruit. So read those 3 things that are kind of like in the blue highlights on your page, WP4. Just read the 3 bullet, there's 1, 2, 3, and then what these are suggestions to help you be more effective and more efficient, okay, specifically within this team. So I want everyone to pick one, and we're just going to kind of share them out loud. So on page WP4, read those highlighted items. You don't have to read the bullet points below there. And there's one of them that's going to stand out and say, oh, this is one I know I need to do. And we already picked on Steve yesterday. So Steve, you want to share yours? What is yours?
Sure. Mine is the main one, right?
The main.
Giving folks time to process before I move on too fast. Realizing that maybe a D or a C, or really like a C or an S might need time to kind of process what it is I'm saying, because at the staff level, we all read Monkey Business, which is, who has the monkey, the next move, and got that boss who the illustration he uses is just sitting there dropping monkeys, right? And it frustrates people to no end, and they don't know what the prioritization is. They don't know what they need to work. And so stepping back and realizing don't do that, and make sure that I don't continually just bombard them, give them a chance to digest, figure out what the priority is, how do I address it? How do we move forward? That kind of thing.
And let me ask, as you pick, let me ask this, what can you do to do that though? Because that's not easy always to do, but what can you do?
to just be conscious of who I'm talking to and who I'm dealing with. And when that delegation or whatever it is made, to understand where they're coming from and understand how they're gonna take it and process it. Because
just to-
ultimately they still need to do it, right? But it's like because it's their responsibility, so how do I get them to?
I like I said, in order to do that, you got to know yourself, because you're like, I'm gonna go, but you also got to know who it is that you're interacting with. You got to know what their kind of how they see the world. So, somebody else want to share one of those? Ralph, you want to share yours?
Well, so one would be consider the long-term consequences of letting your ideas be stifled.
Ooh. And why did you pick that? Just, I mean, do you think sometimes you're not as forceful as you need to be?
Well, yeah, because as much as I try to hear everybody out and everything and them show their ideas, and then they're trying to push their agendas, that I might let mine just kind of fall to the wayside instead of sticking with it.
And if you were to do that, if you could say, okay, wait a minute, I'm sticking with mine, what do you think would change? What do you think would get better?
I think things would be a little more structured.
Ben, which one did you pick?
Consider the impact of your words.
Oh, you're the nicest guy in the whole group. How are you worried about your words? Why did you pick that one?
No, I'm talking about for me. Because normally I'll say something and I didn't think about it. I have to think about what the impact's gonna do when I say what I'm gonna say.
And if you were to do that?
Because most of the time I don't think about it, I just go forward. So for me would be that.
If you did that, what would change?
If I did what? If I consider.
If you were able to consider the impact of your words.
Definitely give me a time to think and process to make sure that I'm gonna say the right thing, because it's gonna impact everybody.
Oh,
So,
thank you for
because
sharing.
I just go forward and I have to watch what I say.
Robert, which one did you pick?
I picked number one, show more openness to new initiatives.
And what does that look like for you? I mean, does that mean?
Well, I will say that I don't think I voted against anybody's initiative that they brought up, but I do it by asking a question, and that is there any harm in moving forward with the project? If I cannot define a definitive harm to the city of Schertz, I just go along with it. It's their idea, it's their vision, it's whatever they want. So they're the champion, as Maggie Titterton like to say. So let them run with it.
Let them run with it, huh?
I try not to vote against anybody else's, and I'll leave it at that.
Cool.
Even though some people have voted against mine.
Thank you. Mark, which one did you pick?
Impact of words.
What's the impact of your words? Have you noticed in the past that that's been an issue, or?
It's always been an issue. It's like, even on social media, I will find myself responding to someone and I'll type something up and then I'll just stop and think. And then I'll just hit delete. Because again, like I said before, there's a lot of folks out there that emotion
Comes, and it's
and you can hit them with the straight up facts
that
all day long.
nothing.
And it's not gonna make, in some cases, it makes a difference, in some cases it doesn't. So I really find out that I really have to work really hard to sit there and say, okay, what is who am I talking to? And what is their concern, and how do I best give them an input that may help the situation? I say may help it because in a lot of cases,
It may not.
it
Yeah.
may not.
Right. Thank you for sharing. Thank you. Allison, you're the last one. What do you want to work on?
Consciously seek out the opinions of those who tend to be more soft-spoken.
And why do you think that's important? Just, I mean, do you think you go too fast sometimes, or just?
Yes, I think I just say what I have to say, and then if someone's in the room and they don't speak up right away, I just kind of. And I am doing that and working through that. I mean, but part of it, I think, was being a TML president this last legislative session. You can't just be quiet. I have to be loud and forceful.
You got to do those things. Huh? So as we talk about those, I hope today that you guys learned a little bit about yourselves, about the people around the room, and I'm get a little caveat here. As we go into the after lunch session, we're going to kind of talk a little bit more about, okay, let's look at these two entities, council and staff, And then let's put them together, and what kind of I'm gonna use my language here, a family picture does this look like? And it's not about changing it, it's about understanding where you guys are at and where the rest of the world is at, the community and staff. Sometimes a little bit different. And just being aware of that gives you the leverage to improve. So thank you guys. Did you learn something? Okay. The portal's gonna be come to you. We're going to lunch. We're gonna come back at 1:15, somewhere in there.
Okay, we're gonna take a break at 12:09, so we can have lunch. Okay, we're going to be getting started in about 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Okay, now that we have everybody back, we'll go ahead and resume our special meeting at 1:07. Go ahead, sir.
We on now? All right. Okay, so anyway, thank you guys for coming back. We're going to cover this one little piece that we haven't really addressed so far, and it's really talk about, right here, here it is, talk about, today, what's the objectives of this little section? Well, let me just review it this way, okay? We spent some time with staff and with council kind of helping you see yourself in a different light, in a different perspective. And at this stage of the game, everybody should have a pretty good picture of why you're in that quadrant or that particular dish style. It's not about changing you. It's not about trying to get everybody else to do it the way you do it, but it's just about understanding we come to this world with our perspectives, our opinions, our ideas, and they're great, but not everybody has them exactly as we do. So the first thing was see yourself in this model, right? Second thing we talked about is kind of this self-awareness and understanding others. Once again, as we went through today and yesterday, how many of you thought of some people that you thought, I thought something was wrong with them, but no, they're just different than I am. They're not wired the same way, okay? And that's good. That's nothing wrong with that. It's just about kind of understanding that piece of the puzzle. Third thing we talked about was about building better relationships. And I challenge you guys, how many of you know somebody you need to work better with? Whether inside your entity, inside your home, inside this building, how many of you know somebody you would like to work a little bit better with? I mean, all of it. I'm not just asking you to name a name, but I just want you, okay, guys, I hope we're putting in front of you some simple little steps, some tools to get better at understanding how you come across to them, how they come across to you, and how we can be more effective as a family. Now, I say that, and I'm going to share this. How many of you have had the family meeting before? How many of you are excited? Oh, we're going to have a family meeting. This is going to be so much fun, right, Larry? No. And this is not going to be one of those kind of family meetings where we're telling all kinds of, this is really just about, let's talk about the people in this circle and how individually we see each other and collectively, what does the picture tell us and how do we leverage those strengths? So we're talking about building relationships. We talked about strategies for being effective and everybody had 3 of them. We shared some of those. My hope is that you take those strategies and you digest them. Don't do them all at once, but take one, think through it. There's some tips underneath there to help you get more effective along those lines, but they're just simple little steps to help you understand yourself and be more effective. Last thing we'll talk about was your colleagues. How many of you, everybody should have gotten the email, including council. We sent that just a little while ago. Get to that Catalyst portal. You can go and compare yourself with anybody in the room. And I would suggest you do it so that you kind of get an idea of, as we did with Allison and Ralph, like, whoa, there's some major differences we have here, okay? And that's good because it helps us kind of see that little piece of the puzzle. But as we wrap up, kind of today, and talk about your colleagues, I'm going to put it this way. How many of you took something from yesterday or today that you would say, oh, I am glad we had this conversation, we talked about that issue, or I learned this about Robert. I'm just picking on Robert here, okay? But how many would share one thing that you got really from yesterday or today that you thought was important enough to share with the whole family? Not everybody at once.
I can make a comment. During the last during our last council meeting, I could relate to the screen that had all our dots. And we had 3 dots way on top and 3 dots way this way, and then 1 over here. And it really reminded me of the council meeting because we were all doing this, and the one over here, which was our
mayor,
he brought it all together and say, okay, we've discussed enough. Let's go ahead and make this, and let's go ahead and close this out. So it just reminded me of that because 3 up there, 3 up and 3 this way and 1 over here. So he's basically like the support person that's going to bring everybody together.
And it's so important. It's not about what it is. It's about how you look at this and realize this is who we are. And there's not a good or a bad, but when we see that play out in meetings and discussions and conversations, you start to realize how powerful this simple little tool is. So thank you for sharing, Ben. Somebody else. Oh, I thought I saw Sarah's hand go up there, okay? Steve?
The technical aspect of how to put it into practice,
Ooh.
that helped me a lot because I did it and I understood kind of my deal, but okay, where do I go next? So being able to use it and kind of actually put it into play is pretty valuable.
Thank you for sharing. And I think I shared this yesterday. I don't think I shared it this morning. The value you guys get from spending a day here is important. It's it's just worth the time to learn about each other. But that's not the most important piece of the puzzle. That's not the most value you're going to get. The most value you're going to get is when you leave here and you digest what you talked about and what you learned, and you go, how can I apply this with this individual in this situation? And when you start doing that and you start seeing the change in how it impacts people, you'll start to go, oh, it's just like any muscle. You got to practice it. You got to make it. That's where the rubber meets the road, an understanding disc. Last opportunity, surely somebody from like the, I've been actually bribed these guys. Oh, Sheila, look at this. Sheila's putting you guys to shame over here, okay?
I was just thinking, everyone has joined in this and sharing everyone's. Have a feeling about a person. What this did was, at least for me, was that you were able to define exactly what I kind of thought. It went even more into. Oh, okay.
And that's all it's a language. It's an understanding, first of all, of yourself, and then the people that you interact with, and the people you work with, and the people you live with. How many of you thought about your significant other as we went through this? Like, if I could just fix this would be so great, right? It's not about fixing that. It's not about fixing it. It's about understanding it. So as we kind of move forward with this, let me just kind of put it this way, all right? Let's talk about the family, the group, okay? we showed staff yesterday, we talked about, where everybody's dot is on one map. Today we did council, and they were like, oh, wow, man, it was enlightening to kind of see where we are. But when you think about the impact that it makes on the culture of an organization, individuals have an impact. But collectively, when you bring everybody together and you start doing business, doing life, you start to see that there's certain personalities, there's certain roles, there's certain situations where an organization tends to gravitate to. This is the way we do things around here. This is what we reward. This is what we discourage, sometimes even punish. And as we talk about kind of understanding that, some of that culture revolves around the nature of the work we do. And you guys are in a different spot. I mean, you guys have this entity where you can't really cross lanes, but you got the certain rules you got to follow, but you're still, responsible to citizens, and you got all these different moving parts to kind of go along. So the nature of the work you guys do is a little bit differently. But then there's also the leaders of this organization and their behavior, their style. And you can talk about, we got a mayor, and we got a city manager, and we got an assistant city manager, and we got a engineer, and we got a fire chief. No, chief fire, right? Fire. We have all these leaders, and they all have an impact on that. And their distyles have an influence on how all of us kind of work together. And let me just say, when we work with different organizations, we can take the individual pieces and see some insightful information, but when we bring it together, it falls into a couple of categories. And just statistically, it's going to show you, there's some organizations that have this predominant style. They're just like, you go to a hospital, and you work with a bunch of nurses, I can tell you, most of them are going to be in that S quadrant. Why? Because they're caring, they're compassionate. That's not all of them, but a majority of them. We work with accounting firms. What style do you think majority of those individuals are going to be? See, it's all about, you're going to see some I's, you're going to see some other ones. So there's sometimes an organization can have one predominant style. What's the value of having an organization that is all one style? Doesn't matter what style it is. Is there a value of having just one predominant style in the organization?
Everybody's on the same page.
We're talking about D's, talking about S's, we all kind of get it. That's the way we do things, which is great. But we talked about this. There's pluses and there's minuses to both sides of that coin. There's the balance group. The balance group has what? A little bit of every style there, which most people think, that's the best thing to have. Is it?
Depends on the situation.
Ooh, Ben, it depends on what we're talking about. It depends on the environment we're in. It depends on the situations that are involved. There's a reason to have some balance. But there may be other circumstances that come into play that say, no, we need to be more empathic. We need to care about people more. And there may be some other sides of it. We need to be what? It's not about feelings. It's more about what? Data and logic and facts. There's a reason a balanced organization is effective, but there's also some reasons it can get a little convoluted. And then there's the one with the unrepresented style. There's no I's in this group. And there is in this one, but okay. Well, there's one style that's just missing. What happens when you have a team, an organization where something's missing? We're not going to have those behaviors. We're going to miss something. And once again, if it's the I style, you're going to see there's not a lot of enthusiasm, a lot of excitement, not innovation. If you're missing the C style, there's not a lot of accuracy or focus on data. So we got to balance. Maybe we need a little balance. But as we talk about kind of understanding the pluses and minuses of this, the bigger issue is, what about you guys? What does that look like? So, most of you have seen some of this. I'm going to put the person. This is council. Okay, and we just got through having a pretty good little conversation about, we got these people, councils, like, let's make things happen when? Now. Let's don't wait. Let's just push. But let's make sure we get what, Robert? We get all the facts and data and logic and information. And then is the council ever going to slow down and say, let's take our time and make sure everything's peachy keen? Generically, you look at this, they're going to do what? Push. And there's nothing wrong with that. We can talk about, well, that's what we need to be doing. We got to make sure things happen. But there's some consequences sometimes when you have a team, especially a leadership team it's all about let's go fast. Sometimes it's like, well, we went off the cliff. Yeah, but it was fast. It's like, let's look at staff now. Ooh, we had a good conversation about this yesterday, right? So here's staff. Oh man, I think it's for the council. We didn't show you guys this. This is staff, and you can say it's kind of a balanced group. I mean, they're not quite as many eyes as there anything else, but you get a sense of, okay, the people that you guys hopefully, do what's supposed to happen. This is what I want to make sure you guys understand. This council group, this is the way they communicate. This is the way they cross their arms. This is the way what's natural to them. But the people that are out there taking that information and trying to accomplish it, that's not always the language they speak, is it? And then here's the really kind of the weird cap. It's all got to go through who? An I. That he's like, oh. It is about kind of understanding. It takes all of us understanding who? Each of us. And it takes each of us understanding all of us. And when you can step back and you can do that, and you can digest it, and it makes more sense, then sometimes some of the decisions that have to be made or the consequences of those decisions, all of a sudden you start to understand why we do it that way. So let me put both these maps together, and let's look at that big picture of how that all kind of comes together. And I would say, that's a balanced group. What does that say to you guys about who you are as an organization, as a family?
Staff and council, what story does that tell?
Because we got a lot of different personalities.
A lot. And once again, we go to this. What's the nature of the work you guys do? Where are the leaders inside the organization on that model? How inclined are they? They're strongly inclined in their style. It's going to have an impact on how you guys move forward and you do things. I went and looked. The first time we worked with the city of Schertz was in 2012. I think Sarah was like 13 years old. I'm not sure. It's like, okay. So it's been, we hadn't been here every year, but we have gone through a lot of staff, a lot of council, and we've seen the organization significantly shift kind of back and forth, evolve, and take this simple model and information and go, how can we get better? How do we understand each other? How do we communicate more effectively? And as we talk about kind of understanding this, Marianne's got some questions that she's going to kind of pull out of your brains, hopefully, to discuss kind of what's going on. So let me change microphones.
So this morning I opened up and I asked council and city manager and the mayor, I asked, what are the consequences of miscommunication and misaligned priorities? I asked, what are the consequences? And so while staff is here, I just want to have you repeat some of those. I know one of them was when there is miscommunication or misaligned priorities, I remember one of them was it can knock away at the trust factor. How many of you would agree when misaligned priorities or it can nip away at the trust? And now my next question becomes, how important is trust for city staff and council to be on the same page? How important is to have trust the foundation of all that you do? Scale of 1 to 5, 5 being the highest.
5. It's very important.
5. However, guess what? Disc dials come to trust differently. Life experiences cause us to come to trust differently. And our communication style can break away, chip away, just slowly start evading trust. I also heard somebody say it can lead to, and Mark, I may be misquoting your group, undue or unnecessary frustration? Is there a chance that at times, because of the work that we're in and misaligned priorities, and everything's a priority, that nothing becomes a priority, that we can be causing undue frustration on people?
Well, I think in the future, because there's going to be so much change in
Yep.
city council, so sometimes I think the staff, they have their sort of priorities, and they should align with city council priorities. But however, because we have so much changeover, now their staff has to try to align with a new group of people, which will
Yes.
change when Dr. Sheridan comes up, and then that will change a little bit more when the next person
Yep.
replaces Allison. So they have a heavy load in trying to identify what does council actually want to achieve over the next year, 2 years. And that's going to be, it's difficult for them, and it's going to take a lot of time in council discussing stuff that goes down a rabbit hole, but we'll leave it
No,
there.
I love where you're going, because I want you to look at the staff picture, and I want you to think about this. In your opinion, do you believe that Styles' approach change differently? So staffs, many of them have been in the roles for several years. Now you're talking about we're going to be having some big change, new people on board. Is there a chance that maybe we need to think about, wait a minute, as we begin how do the different styles address change? And by the way, every style needs a little something different to get through change.
Sometimes they don't. The question asked earlier was, how do you take the information and use it moving forward? The question is, how will the staff use the information to present material to the city council?
Yep.
Mostly it's CD, so I don't think it's too bad, but maybe there's a way to, I don't know how they would use it, to be honest
I
with
love
you.
it.
I don't know.
Yeah, and you're going a little ahead of me on the questioning, because that really isn't. No, I'm glad, because right now we're going to start first talking about council, but you bring up a great point. As the staff is up there looking at that picture, is there a chance that maybe, and now your picture's not full yet. Don't have Robert in there. We will have somebody else in there. So is there a chance that they're going to have to adapt a little bit of their approach and their style to yours? Absolutely.
Well, I think it starts with an awareness,
Yes.
right? If the leadership, the city manager, whoever is not aware of what that council member style is, then they're not going to be able to adapt.
Yes.
Or you're guessing.
That's the first thing is it all begins with awareness. And then step one is aware. Here I am, here they are. How do I adapt it? So absolutely, that's a great point is, okay, how does staff, and I'll challenge them later to think about, okay, as we get ready to present, as we get ready to orientate, as we get ready, hey, how do we approach one-on-one or as a collective group when we are presenting? Because it's called a DC culture. Notice the DIs are right there, right? Two of them are falling into the D, and then we've got, so really when we look at it, it is a driven culture, a factual culture. It's just get to the data. What were some of the other things, though, that we said were the consequences of miscommunication and misaligned priorities? I just want to repeat that for the staff today. Mistrust. I brought that one up when you said that was there confusion? Absolutely. And that's why it's really important to have this communication channel. Hey, as you work through the city filtering out. So now we have what? Clarity. Patrick Lencioni's 5 Dysfunctions of a Team. Many are familiar with that model. Commitment comes from having clarity. Thank you very much. Is our message clear? Do people know why we're changing? Are people know the reason behind something? And is there buy-in? Now, whether we like it or not, buy-in is important, which means I better be selling. Meaning, I have to learn sometimes that what? Skill of persuasive communication. How many of you feel that your job is to persuade? Absolutely. And so sometimes we've got to increase that what? That muscle so the people are clear and they have buy-in. But I did, like Roy said, I created a few questions that I want to first address to the council. Based on the when you think about the group picture, this is the council's. When you think about this kind of somewhat of a West culture on the disc map, how might our tone, inflection, or even our approach, how might it cause the impact of our word, the way that it's coming across, where might it be perceived even when our intent is good? How might that tone, inflection come across to somebody even when our intent was good? Think about that. And right now we're really talking about council, overall communication, staff.
Because of the way we like to just go forward and speak without thinking about it. Unintentionally, you could drive someone to believe that you don't think they have the right process in place.
Thank you.
Things done, so then it can come across as no respect when that's not what you intended.
It wasn't what you intended, but that certainly is how it come across. So when we talk about just overall impact of our words, overall impact of our approach, I just want to throw this out there. As a council, many of you are, new together. So I can't really say what do we have to stop doing, as we are somewhat of a new group here working together in council. Some of you have experience, Allison and Mark, but let me ask you though, what things might we do, knowing that we're kind of that D council, to be easier for others to kind of digest our messages? Any ideas, any tips of things that we can do to just change our approach a little bit, knowing that there's the staff picture, a pretty balanced group, by the way, pretty balanced group. But there's council. How do we make sure, what can we do? I guess I'm going to change the question. What can we do to ensure staff feels valued and respected? Because we know they work hard, we get it, but somehow maybe it's just the way things come across. What can we do? And I'm going to throw out a curveball. Also, how do we leverage the I style and the SI style of Ralph and Steve? So I want you to just brainstorm a little bit. What can we do to ensure that staff feels valued and respected?
When you sat down, so Steve is going to bring everybody together and give them praise.
Yep. And it's very natural. It's a motivator for him. So it is going to be very natural, which is also a really, really good reasoning to have sometimes that buffer, that filter within those communications. Anything else we can do?
For Steve or just for the staff?
For anyone, yes. So she just said, Steve.
Under the Build Better Relationships for WP10, part of the C style, since we're C and D heavy, time and space to think things through. So from the council perspective, I would think it'd be important for us to sort of be on one, I won't say one page, but have a sort of give the staff time enough to adequately do their job and present back to us. I think that came up this last council meeting, whether I think Brian James wanted to know if we wanted more time for another presentation about the flyover. So basically give them enough time. Be considerate of their time and effort.
Yeah.
I think as council, we need to make sure that we're being when we use our words to describe what we're looking for and what we want, we need to be more factual and stated and not just give the kind of, yeah, okay, whatever. We need to make sure that we're being clear and concise at what we're looking for. That's what I was looking for.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say, to be able to that way they know what information they're looking for. I think clear direction still has another component to it. I think it's gonna be 6 months, to be honest with you, you're gonna have 2 new members here. How do you provide clear direction when everybody's trying to learn everybody else? I'm still trying to adjust to some other members on council, so actually after 2 years, so I don't know how you get clear direction.
Not only that, but also changes in staff.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm looking right now at the disc profile for city council that was done in 2020. Overall layout of council in 2020, pretty much in line with,
Yes.
even though the only 2 people that are in this profile is Ms. Hayward and myself. The profile for council in 2020 is pretty much in sync with what you see now with different members on there. But on the flip side of that is now the staff has grown considerably in 6 years. We've got new department heads, we've got new support underneath that, so making sure that we understand and we're engaged with how they're working things.
So I think the other thing is going along with Mr. Davis is when staff is doing a presentation, since things are gonna change and there are new members, maybe changing how they present it to make sure that they're covering things that new council members might need, not using acronyms or explaining acronyms, or giving them a little bit more detail so that they can understand the process, because some things that we've already dealt with are coming back. We've already made a decision or given staff direction, and now they're bringing it back after time, and having new council members might help them.
Don't you send out something once a month or something about what the staff is doing, the departments are doing? Isn't it a newsletter or something?
Yes, we send a newsletter out to the staff. I think y'all get it as well.
Every department talks about whatever department heads are doing.
A couple of things that we send out. We send out like a city news, then there's also an internal newsletter that gets sent out. I guess, can I back up one on the clear direction to staff? I think clear and concise, so, and also understanding, you know, this from the staff presenting to the council and the council giving direction to staff. For me, it would be more of a recognition of where they are on that dot plot and understanding we need to develop the way we communicate to council around those personalities, or at least work towards the tendencies.
Yes.
And so that awareness of the new members and where they stand in terms of the disc profile could be helpful in kind of moving in that direction. The other way would be as council members, or maybe even an acknowledgement, not necessarily asking the council members to change the way they deliver their direction, but acknowledging that that direction is coming from that, mostly from the D and from the C point of
Yes.
view. And so if we receive it that way from the staff side, maybe we can kind of decode it and translate it to what our personality types are and come back that way. Try and solve the problem that way, provide the solutions that way.
Mm-hmm.
Because it may come out as very direct and let's move forward, but it may be a larger scope than is initially thought.
Tell me if I'm capturing this right. So as we present solutions, as we really want to look at the collective style, but also be aware, even if there's one person with a different, to really be aware, kind of like what we talked about yesterday, is we've got to be respectful for those in the group, even if there's one person of a different style, to really be able to speak to those styles. And I do like what we said earlier, but now I'm just forgetting what it was. We said something earlier today, and I just, I forget. But it was in the council meeting. But I just went like, boom. Ever happen? It'll come back. 2:00 in the morning. Oh, I know what I was going to say too. I like what Allison said though. It's in our DNA. I don't care what disc style we are. It's in our DNA not to look stupid. And so when people are using technical jargon, what are people doing? Going, and then they made it. They've arrived. They finally figured out what it meant. And then they start using it, not realizing that they're causing confusion for the next person coming on. I love this one. One time, a guy in a management training came up to Roy and I, and he said, I once asked my manager what EBITDA was. And he said, don't worry, you'll figure it out. Like his manager didn't know what it was, but didn't know how to tell him. So let's be sure that as we are integrating new members, let's be sure that we're managing that technical jargon.
Tell them what EBITDA means.
Huh?
Tell them what EBITDA means.
Yeah.
EBIT.
Yeah, EBTIA. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
There were some people that may not have known.
Well, we did a class on financial for the non-financial professional. And anything else as far as two-way communication, whether it's staff to council or council to staff, as you look at that picture? I've got more questions, so don't feel obligated. Just want to make sure. All right, question number 2. What behaviors, based on the council style, very driven, we saw on the continuums, more logic focused than empathy. Where might this collective style cause some confusion or misunderstandings? Knowing that even if we're taking it and filtering it through Steve, where might our style, our approach, be causing some confusion or misunderstandings?
Consistency in our decisions or our votes.
Mm-hmm. Tell me more about that.
We're driven to go forward.
Mm-hmm.
We want to get results done quickly.
Yep.
And if we are that type of style, we're going to continue to do it consistently. So that might cause some confusion with everybody else, saying that maybe we don't understand or we're not as empathetic as we should be, or something along that line.
Tell me if I'm writing this right. Consistency may cause people to think we don't understand where they're coming from. Did you say?
Yeah, well, they don't. They're probably saying, well, why are they always just voting that way? Maybe they don't understand us. Maybe they're not as empathetic. Not as lenient as they should be.
So that would require council to then say, to answer the why question, why they're voting when they're up on the dais. Oh, no, I don't believe in the file vote because that would give your staff more understanding about where we're coming from versus just voting yea or nay or no. Would it be helpful for them to know why we vote?
No, I think there's different scenarios of where this would apply. To me, the vote would kind of be the end of the discussion, right? The end of the line. It's the conversation up to the vote where you would apply this. So, whether it's, you have meetings leading up to it, or there's staff reports, and sometimes there's not a lot of conversation, and there's not a lot of back and forth, but for example, like going from, say, a budget workshop to adopting the budget. and kind of getting that feedback and direction at the budget workshop level so we can understand and then present it back to the council in a format, or A, hit the mark on what it is y'all want, and B, put it in and present it in a way that suits your buying habits, right? Or your tendencies. Does that make sense? Is it?
That's your staff, not mine. You just ask them what's beneficial for them.
Well, I think that's beneficial is to, well, I guess my perspective is I'm trying to look at it from what can we do to support the council.
Yep.
And
And I'm gonna, let's throw that question out there too. Staff is here.
Sure.
You know, what, knowing now, staff, I said, it gets, knowing what you see up here, and staff, you can share what they can do to support, or staff, do you have any ideas, knowing that this style is predominantly kind of in that D range, any ideas that you can do? Yes, Brian?
Brian had something he wanted to share. Go ahead.
Why do you assume that? You couldn't even see that.
Because you told me earlier
Well,
you
this is
wanted to share
different.
stuff.
Thank you, Brian.
All right, so a couple things I would say. I think it is helpful for staff to understand why council votes the way they do, so that we understand that policy direction. More often than not, staff will get caught off guard to say, why did so-and-so and so-and-so vote against this thing? When we would have thought, oh yeah, we would have thought they would have been for it. So then that kind of leaves us to wonder. So I think it is helpful to get some indication of why you feel the way you do, just so we know that, or so that we can say, well, maybe it's a slight tweak to the policy and we can get consensus agreement. I think it's helpful. I think the other thing I would comment, and in particular, it's the sort of the D, so many on council being Ds, right? I can appreciate that. It's how much information we give you. Part of it is wanting you to be able to make it, right? And so if stylistically you guys are like, okay, come on, we gotta move, we don't need all this, right? But we worry about you missing an unintended consequence. So 3 months later, when somebody is kind of complaining about something, you guys are going, oh, why didn't you guys give us a heads up on this? And we're kind of going, well, we kind of that and thought you just wanted to kind of move it forward. And so I think that's a balance staff tries to find between not much information and overwhelming you, but helping you understand these are the pros and cons, this is where you may hear below back, right, kind of a thing going forward. That's my reaction. And then the last thing I'll say, and I'll try to be quiet, I think part of it is some of y'all have been on council longer, we've interacted with you more, and so I think some of the interaction, the style we have, even in much less formal, we feel like we can have that kind of debate back and forth as a couple of Ds, whereas the newer, we're going to be a little more reticent to do that. Just because we don't know, you don't know how you'll take it, kind of a thing, and where we're coming from. That kind of helps. So yeah, I think it's helpful to know why you think what you think. So as Steve said, we can better meet your needs going.
And I think Brian touched on something that was important, that sometimes it's a recognition of a pattern rather than just looking at it from the lens of just one particular instance in time.
Yeah.
So kind of what you're saying, like if it consistently happens a certain way, we can adjust to that.
Yes.
pattern.
Yeah, and what I heard you say earlier too was the conversation up to really goes into that clarity and buy-in, that commitment. If there's enough communication that by the time it gets to the vote, hopefully people already too know where people are coming from. And then Brian saying it would help to understand the why. Staff, anybody else want to add to this? Anything that you feel like, hey, or maybe you want to ask staff, hey, how do you want information? I mean, council, how do we improve this two-way dialogue? Thank you, Ralph.
So from a mayor and a council standpoint, we have the responsibility to the taxpayers and the residents within the city of Schertz that we have to answer to. Any decision that we make, we're gonna be getting phone calls, we're gonna be knocking on our doors, we're gonna be getting emails of like, I don't like this and here's why. And so for me is whenever we're making decisions, is how does that apply to our mission statement, how does that apply to our vision statement? As long as we're going by our vision and our mission statement, as well as whenever we start going forward, because we know we're growing and we need to be able to manage that growth. And with that comes with a lot of hard decisions that we need to make. What are we doing to pass that information along to our residents? So when they know that we're having to make these hard decisions, they understand why.
Yes.
We may not always be able to accommodate them, because we have to move forward. But then we may be able to come up with a happy medium by hearing their concerns.
Thank you. And we were talking earlier about persuasive communication, and oftentimes we have to sell the no. We have to help people digest bad news. And that is an art. It is a skill to be able to develop, to be able to deliver the no in a way that at least people felt, okay, I heard, I see the greater good. I'm not happy, but I understand where they're coming from. And that is truly a skill.
And so basically, we're looking for a lot more information from staff for us to be able to articulate those hard conversations with the residents. Going like, we'll use the trash talking with 3019, right? Well, how are we gonna address the concerns of their current businesses that are there and how they're gonna be impacted, and what can we do to help them? And as long as we can have those conversations, when we sit down and have those discussions, we're able to kind of like be on the same side, be on the same team, and kind of like sharing the same voice with everyone. Not everybody's giving different information.
Thank you.
So part of this, it may go to, oh my goodness, Crystal's department. So here's what I find sometimes, right? So they give us all the information. We voted. Some people are upset with us. It's how the message after that is communicated outward, much to what you said. People don't know how to communicate, and sometimes we have a tendency, because we know more information, to essentially overwhelm the public, much the way EBITDA was defined, right? We talk over them. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so sometimes if everybody knows, I'm a firefighter by trade, so I put it in layman's terms, right? But sometimes Brian James has the ability, because he's so smart, to just talk on, and so you're like, dude, man, you can simplify this in about half the time. It's nothing better, but that's what we sometimes do as council people. We start talking about, well, we have to look at the land use, you have to look at UDC, you have to look at this, and it overwhelms them. It's a communication aspect that we may be able to get better if somebody sort of helps us how to learn how to communicate, which goes back to maybe, I don't know if that's Crystal's department or whose department, to sort of say, hey, maybe there's a class for city council to learn how to communicate on I hate to say layman's terms, but on a average individual's terms, to convey and communicate a decision. We can't afford to keep talking over their heads. They're busy. They really are. They're really busy. So just lay it out to them in a very, distinct, succinct manner. Just sort of say, here's what it is. Here's what the problem was, and here's why we decided what we decided. And then anything further than that, then it would go to the to maybe Sarah, the PIO's department, or something like, for further explanation. That's what I think sometimes happens between council, citizens, and staff members. There's these different levels of communication, and people. Anyway, that's my take.
And it's so key, because if I'm out there using my own presentation style, which could be reflective of my disc or my skills, whatever, and another council person's out there in their style, and they're using their own words, and one communicates at a higher, could that cause confusion for the community? Absolutely, which means as a group, and you know this from EMS and other areas, it's like a public relations. When a message is going to impact the community, especially one that's not favorable, that message, it's like you have to literally run that message through, as if it's a campaign, a PR, and make sure that people are digesting it and that everybody has the same messages.
Nothing wrong. as the only, not the only, as the consultant in the room, sometimes you got to stop and say, you know, maybe we need to talk about an elephant in the room. We're not going to, but sometimes it's just like, are we really communicating like we need to be communicating? I mean, what we put in front of you guys was a simple little tool. And what you do with it is up to who? It's up to you guys.
But some really good stuff came out of this, seriously, hopefully to improve.
I mean, that's what it boils
20-minute conversation.
And while we can initiate more discussion and more dialogue, when you guys are comfortable having those kind of conversations and understanding, you know, why they're getting driven that way, then it opens up a whole different.
Well, for me personally, I'm not going to try and solve the whole world's problems out of this.
Not
today. However, my intention is to take what I can out of this and put it into practice, even if it helps a little, or hopefully it'll help a lot, but even if it helps me a little bit with communicating with council, communicating with the staff, all of us working together and making an acknowledgement of the different styles and working together better. So I'm not trying to look at it as this global fix, but another tool that helps us kind of chip away and get better.
And that is our goal, to get those conversations better. Hey, and that's a conversation you can have later with this awareness now going on. Hey, how's that working for you? Or, hey, what do we need to start doing? I mean, this was really just 15, 20 minutes right there, but we started to get some good conversation going of even how to improve.
Because, and I'll be quiet here in a sec, I can see this mostly applying to one-on-one interaction or even small group interaction. But then, you know, it has applicability to a larger
It's the
interaction
culture.
when you broaden the room and you've got all those styles in one room. But I'm thinking it's more of a, for me, the use is going to be more of a day-to-day or smaller interaction.
Thank you. And once again, this wasn't to fix everything. It was just to kind of get you guys aware where we're at. Because when we started today, or yesterday and today, we talked about how we build this team. And what kind of a team are you? Are you guys the hockey team? Or are you the dancing Cinderella? Are you the bobsled? Everybody's looking back at Brian going, okay. But how do you build an effective team? What does it take to build a good, cohesive, collaborative team?
Communication.
Communication? What else?
Identify the pieces and the parts.
Got to have all the pieces in the right place to get the parts. What else does it take to make an effective team? You got to have what?
Teamwork.
You got to have teamwork. You got to have people. Here, you got to have the right leadership. You got to have a vision of where you're trying to take the team to. You got to have alignment so that everybody is what? We're rowing the right way. We're doing the right things. We got to know how to execute on the plan. It takes teamwork. It takes communication. Here we go. I'm going to put it at the very essence. If you're going to build a great team, you got to have trust. And how many of us would agree? We all come to trust differently. If you're married, if you have a significant other, we all kind of know. You know, it doesn't just happen overnight. It takes what? It takes time. It takes experience. It takes problems. And when we get through those challenges, is when we start to learn, I trust you, and you trust me. When we start about what does it take to build an effective team, there's a lot of moving parts to it. And each of you in this room are part of that team to be effective. And I'm going to kind of wrap up with a little video about what does it really take to build a cohesive, collaborative team.
I wonder why stories always get focused on one. It's easy to see the leader at the front. Even if that leader is guiding from the back, the story of one still forms. But what's truly behind it all? It's teamwork. We want to understand things through heroes. We want to remember the legends. And of course we should. Extraordinary people can do extraordinary things, but rarely on their own. Behind the person are the people. Surrounding the greatest achievements is the greatness of many. So let's learn about leadership, the vision to inspire others. We need those who can see the world differently, create something new, bend the future path in a better direction. But let's also learn about what it takes to join forces with others. Let's recognize the incredible spirit that allows great teams to come together. Let's also lift up those gifts. Because what does great teamwork take? Cooperation. The willingness to fit into the strengths and weaknesses of others. Commitment. The choice to keep showing up. The decision to keep being accountable to the needs of many. Contribution. The agreement that we may need to each give up some of our self-interests. To give up on me first. In order to reach the full height of we. When we stop to think about the inner strengths needed to play your full part of being on a team, it's extraordinary. Some of my favorite moments in life have come through teamwork. Being arm to arm with a group who's worked and fought and strived to do something that they could only do when working together. That is how greatness takes shape. That is the beauty of teamwork. They would be the first to say it. Michael Jordan, as incredible as he is, did not reach 6 titles on his own. Warren Buffett, the brilliant mind, cannot do it without the abilities of others. Beyonce, the picture of talent, cannot do what she does without the abilities of others. Want to be truly inspired? Look beyond the one and see the unbelievable talent of the team. Strive to be your best. Keep leading your life, but also remember the importance of having others around you and what that takes. We know the great stories, the heroes, the legends. What's behind it all? It's teamwork.
And that's really what these 2 days were all about, was building that cohesive leadership team. And if I was to kind of summarize it in I'm gonna call it the Roy Davis words, is simply this: it takes each of us working with who? All of us. And it takes all of us understanding each of us and our strengths and our challenges and our tendencies and our nuances and our weirdness and our attributes to make the best team capable of achieving what you guys want to achieve. It's moving from me thinking to we thinking, not individuals, but collectively. What are you guys going to get accomplished? And I hope we put that in front of you in a simple little format to make the most sense of kind of who you are, how you're wired, and how everybody else is focused on what we get accomplished. Cool? Thank you, guys.
This slide, was that like the staff and council?
Yes, and we're going to, yes. And I think, no, I didn't share that one yet, but I shared the council, and I shared the staff, and I'll share with everybody's all together. Cool. So, Steve, you got.
I'm sorry.
I shared it on screen, but hadn't shared it in the portal.
Oh, in the portal.
And I will.
All right, Mayor. So I guess this is time for agenda item 2. This is it.
We are done. Yes, you asked
For Roy and Mary Ann, unless there's some more comments or questions, we can move on to the next phase, which is the going over the strategic plan. And my intention there was to go over the plan pretty quickly. Last year, we went over the plan, and the year before is when we adopted the plan. So you've seen it all several times. Hayward. And what we would like to do is ask, are there any other priorities that we need to add? And we'll focus, I'll go through each of them here in a second pretty quickly, and we can stop down at any point wherever y'all want to stop. I'm going to have to come up here to plug into the cord. So do we need to take a couple minutes break? Is that okay, Mayor?
Yeah.
Can we recess for a couple minutes and then
come back and.
Okay, we'll go ahead and recess at 2:04 for a couple of minutes, so take a bathroom break.
Came here, I never heard no speech.
Steve time to set up there.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I should have asked for the recess before I started going into explanations.
You were good, my friend.
You guys are welcome. We're gonna get out of here. Yeah.
We're going to get started back up in 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
We need a gavel for you. Eh.
Okay, we're going to go ahead. We're going to go ahead. If everybody will take their seats, we're going to reconvene the meeting at 2:14. Take your seats, and we're going to start back up at 2:14. 2:14.
Okay, Mayor, thank you. This is item number 2 on the agenda, and we're going to briefly cover the strategic plan. And like I mentioned before we went to the break, I'm going to cover this pretty quickly. So if you would like me to stop at any point in time, please just interrupt and stop me. If there are no changes in the direction that we're going in, or there's no other direction to give us, then we'll just keep going. See, that was very D-like, so we're getting to the point and we're moving quickly. But for our Cs on the council, we're making sure that it's correct. No, our objectives are, and I would say of this part of the retreat is we're looking for your validation that where we are headed is the right direction. We want to kind of go through some important issues that are on the horizon and also capture any priorities that aren't on our radar. So as a reminder, our goals in our strategic plan are sustainable community, safe and livable, sustainable government, safe and livable community, infrastructure investment, sense of community, and thriving economy. And like I mentioned about our goals, they're very broad and they don't typically change. And these are overarching ideals that are never really fully achieved. You don't check them off the list, but we have objectives underneath each of these that we will work towards achieving those by taking certain action steps within each of those objectives. So first, sustainable government. You can see the 4 different bullet points there: protect, recruit, develop, and retain, identify, and ensure. So we're looking at stability and integrity and credibility in our finances. We want to have a workforce that's qualified, competent, diverse, and we want to identify where we can make improvements through the use of data, technology, and approaching things in an innovative way. And then we want to make sure that we're being transparent. So some of the accomplishments and future plans that we have associated with this first one is our capital improvement program and our operating budget. So we want to make sure that we're fully utilizing those and then integrating the two together and then making enhancements as we go along. Now, I will say one of the achievements that it was a big achievement for us to put together a consolidated CIP. We've got that in place and we've been able to move forward with that. Now we also, and where's James? I saw him a minute ago. Is he gone? I guess he left. Okay. So congratulations to James and to Public Affairs for getting the Government Finance Officers Association Award for the US and Canada for the Distinguished Budget Presentation Award. So congratulations. And that's just a further step on the enhancement of the tools that we use. And the budget document itself, it's the communications device, right? It's the backbone of our accounting record, and it is our spending plan for the year, but it is also the primary communication device that we use with everybody who has an interest in the city of Schertz, which is not only our residents and businesses, but our bondholders, anybody who has an investment has a vested interest, in communicating that information back to them is critical. The other one is building the brand. We continue to do that by enhancing the awareness of the city. We have numerous examples of our folks. We've made an investment in things like travel and training, but those things help to build the brand. And ultimately, we use that to not only just make Schertz look good, but to build that, and not only to build a reputation among the other cities, but within the individual workforces within each location. Because a few years ago, we were having trouble retaining people. We were having trouble recruiting people because they didn't know who Schertz was, or we didn't have the reputation. We've built on that by building the brand, and it's been a piece of the puzzle to help us lower our vacancy rates, lower our turnover rates. Training, so we still have a mid-management focus and a succession plan focus. We know that we have good people and they're going to move on, or we have good people and they're going to retire, and we're focusing on that mid-management to where we can have a succession plan or planning for succession within what we do. The other thing is enhancements to software. This list was, we went over this the other day, list was a lot longer. And because we've implemented these new softwares and we've been able to implement those into our processes, because we made a big investment in buying these things and now we're putting them into practice. So some of the ones that we've done recently or that are on the horizon, and the stuff that's either in process or completed is kind of what's first listed. And then the stuff that's more out in the future is towards the end. So Tyler RMS, OpenGov, Vector Solution, and Central Square. So Tyler RMS, I think we're done with, correct? It's fully operational. OpenGov is kind of, I would call it mid-stage. We've implemented it, and then we're fully implementing it now. And then others like Vector Solution and Central Square would be future. And then performance and measurement, really, we are on the front end of developing a true performance measurement system, and that's something that's more in the future. And then legislative focus. So the main focus that we have right now, we'll bring to y'all when we're coming up to the next legislative session, a slate or a legislative program that we do every time there's a session coming up. And I was having a conversation with our soon-to-be newest council member about the importance of that slate, and then getting everybody involved to help us advance that with our state representation. And where our focus is in the past was on what impacted our finances. And the biggest elephant in the room is the disabled veterans homestead exemption. Our intention is to work very hard on that one again. There's other stuff that's related to development and things of that nature that we want to make sure are not impacted. So before I move on, anything under sustainable government, the council, do you have a priority or something that you think maybe could be added to this page. If not, I can keep moving. All right, safe and livable community. So our goals are to safeguard, improve, promote, maintain, and expand. So we want to safeguard our public safety. We want to improve the overall look and condition of our community, and we want to be good stewards of the environment and of health. And then we want to maintain and expand our trails and network system. All things that rank very highly in our resident satisfaction survey. So accomplishments and future plans. So we have equipment that we'd like to upgrade, enhance. So we have a fire engine that we'll be replacing soon. That we just replaced, excuse me. And then we have flock cameras that are in place, but we're having more, so it's kind of in progress. And if you're not aware what the flock cameras are, those are the ones that are the license plate readers that are positioned in neighborhoods and that help us to deter crime that way. We are also investing in some heavy body armor and shields, and then radios for our public safety, and then mobile data computers is for PD. And then facility renovation and construction. We are finishing up dispatch. It's mostly done in terms of doing that. I think there's one more terminal. Is that right, Jim? And then some other tweaking that we'd like to do to it. The county facility on 78. We've signed an agreement with them to move some of the police function over there, like property room, I think, or property room, CID, and crime victims liaison, as well as the possibility of maybe even future expanding or building an EOC over there, but that's a little bit out on the horizon. Fire Station 4, you were all there the other day. We're turning dirt. We're moving on that one and did the groundbreaking the other day. And then out on the horizon, the public safety facility, we do have the land for that, but no funding. That is further out on the CIP and will likely require, it will require a bond election to get done. And then Prost, Lauren, what is it? Parks, Recreation, Open Space. Parks, Recreation, Open Space Trails. There you go. Thank you. Got it. So some of the things that are kind of in process, I guess you could say, is Parklands and Hilltop. And then kind of on the horizon, those are two parks that are up there kind of on the northeastern part of town. We've got a grant, I believe, for Parklands, for Hilltop, not Parklands. And then Dietz Creek Trail, which runs along Dietz Creek, west of Schertz Parkway, kind of back around over there in that direction. And then Community Circle Park that I believe you're all aware of, that's about a $10 million project that is 2 years out. 2 years out? 2 years out. And then Dry Kamal Creek is out on the horizon to make improvements out there, as well as, and then I just threw in Halley's Cove because I live in that neighborhood and we have some money from the developer to put a playscape in there. And then EMS, Jason has updated the contracts with all of the participants in our EMS program. And we were able to make a pretty significant adjustment to get us back on track. For years, we were actually in a negative cash position, moving even further south every year. And so with the new rates, we're able to correct that, hopefully, as well as bring in some more staffing that is needed to give us the appropriate amount of coverage. We're also going to acquire some equipment as well as another ambulance we're buying an ambulance and remounting an ambulance every year out into the next several years. Any comments or questions about this one? No, I thank you for bringing that up. That is actually something that's on our radar, kind of, is doing like a drone response program. If you want to comment on that, Jim? I did see the video and you had. It is something that we probably actually could have included on here, but it's not fully baked yet. All right, any other comments on this slide before I move on from safe and livable community? And then infrastructure investment. So develop and maintain, provide and support. So roadway, sidewalks, transportation infrastructure. That's a big one for us. Water, wastewater, and drainage. That's another big one. And then adequate water supply for now and in the future. And then our investment in our facilities. Make sure that we're maintaining and adequately growing those. So street maintenance, we have the SPAN program that is ongoing. That's something that we've been able to fund each year. Some of the other things that we're focusing on are the street striping, sidewalks, and safety upgrades that were included in the budget that would that came out of TSAC, that we are fixing a couple of intersections where we can make them safer for pedestrians. The capital improvement program, so we've updated the water sewer master plans, and subsequently the water sewer impact fees, and we are working on the roadway impact fee or update. We're close on that one. And then the thoroughfare plan update, as well as we've developed, I believe, a sidewalk inventory and then trying to incorporate that into our CIP. And then in Southern Schertz, a very large project for us is the wastewater treatment plant, expanding that from its current 500,000 gallons a day, which we have a portion of that, and Cibolo has a portion of it, and Green Valley Special Utility District has a portion of that. And we're going to expand that. As you are aware, we authorized the issuance of $9 million to begin the design phase for our portion of the design. And that'll add essentially for us 1.6 million gallons a day, which is likely to be enough of what we'll need for the entirety of Southern Schertz and capturing flows down there. It's a big project. It's going to have a big price tag, but it's something that is critical for us to get done. And then the Cibolo West sewer line, which is a major trunk line that'll run along the west side of Cibolo Creek from right around the Saddlebrook type area and then down to that south plant, is another big project and another big improvement. And it's likely to be a significant project for us. And then SSLGC and CVLGC, and how do we move forward? There's no detail on there, but we are expecting that the way things are moving forward, we will be seeing some changes there. But we're confident in the amount of supply that we have from SSLGC, but we continue to plan and move forward with that group. And then also floodplain, the Cibolo Creek floodplain, we have made an offer to a floodplain administrator, which y'all approved for us to include in the budget this year. And I don't know, are they coming on board? Okay, good. What is it? March 9th. So that person in that position will be able to help us move forward, push forward on some of these things that we really need to make sure that we're working towards. There are opportunities for us to address our flooding and potential flooding issues in the city, as well as comply with NPEDS, MS4, and making sure that we're in compliance with that. I think it even changes at 50,000, or does it? At 50,000 population, we'll have more requirements. We are level 3 now. Okay. 40,000. Okay, so that it's an important position for us in dedicating that resource and moving forward. In terms of the floodplain and, you have a question? MS4, yes. MS4, yes. I just use an acronym that nobody knows what it is. Honestly, it's municipal. Say that 5 times fast. Municipal separate storm sewer system. And it's a requirement of Texas. Yes. So EPA, people know what that is, right? But TCEQ, Texas Commission on Environmental Quality. So we have a lot of requirements as a community, but we also have this issue of a very large floodplain that extends into Main Street and Aviation Heights in a big segment of our community that we would like to address. All right, I'm sorry, I couldn't completely hear you. Are you talking about Beck landfill? Does it have an impact on flooding? That is some of the things we'd like to task the floodplain administrator with, is to figure those types of things out, right? I don't know, Kathy? And could I just ask, maybe council would turn on your mics when you're talking, just so it's a little difficult to hear, I think, from the equipment in there. All right, any other questions on that one? Okay, moving on. So sense of community. So we want to actively engage and communicate, host events, and grow. So engaging our community with our residents and stakeholders, and then creating that sense of place, that sense of community, and then continuing to grow our quality of life programs and the facilities we use to do that. So some of our accomplishments, future plans, the popular annual financial report. So that is another report that is it's a condensed and easy to consume version of our financial statements, as well as other performance data collected from the different departments in the city. And also, again, congratulations to Finance and Public Affairs for putting together a document that won the award. Yay! So again, the Government Finance Officers Association of US and Canada has an award program for that. They did an excellent job designing that and putting together, if you haven't had an opportunity, it's on our webpage, as well as, I don't know if we produce any hard copies, but you can access it through we do have hard copies? Okay, we have some hard copies if you'd like to see one, but also you can access it through the webpage, and it's fantastic. Go ahead, sir. March or April? Okay. So look for it soon. It'll be coming out. The new one will be coming out. And then community events, and something that we're working on right now, the 50th Jubilee and 250th birthday of our country. We have been planning, based on council direction, we put together that committee where we've been meeting, and we've met, I believe, 3 times now, and a few members of the council are on that. We are planning a 2-day event with entertainment on Friday and expanded fireworks show on Saturday, and other things that we're going to enhance it with. So we're expecting big things from that, but that would be a new community event in a sense. It's kind of a special one-time deal because it's the 50th anniversary and 250th birthday of our country. So, and it'll carry more expense, but we are working on that. We'll bring you a more thorough and a better presentation on that as we get closer to solidifying those plans. And then other programs, we took over the senior center operations. That since October 1st, I believe that's been very successful. I've been over there a few times, Lauren, and we've hired new staff that are doing a fantastic job. I've gotten a lot of really, really good feedback from the participants over there, the members, I guess they're members. And Lauren, I don't know, do you want to throw anything on that? Or?
I can concur with that. I've talked to several seniors from there, and they wanted me to let the city know that they are so happy that we chose to take it over because they're so much happier, and all of the activities that are being planned, they just are elated that they now have a place that they can call home.
Great. And then another, as far as communication output, the Public Affairs Department is working on a master communication plan, and that's something that's kind of been in the works for a little while, and that'll help guide us and direct us and kind of work as kind of like we have a master plan for a lot of things. This will be a master communication plan. And then communication input, we did not include it in the budget this year for the resident survey. It was something that didn't quite make the cut. It was below the line. However, I would, if we have savings, like to do that. We tend to do it on a 2-year rotation, and we actually were going to do it it should have been in 2025, but we would like to try and squeeze that in if we can get it done this year. And that is something that really guides us and helps us make objective, really data-driven recommendations and decisions in terms of how we put together our budget, how we approach things. Community partnerships, the Children's Advocacy Center, the Guadalupe County Children's Advocacy Center, we did a lease with them for the property up on Live Oak, which is right next to the water tower and the storage tank. There was an old house there. We've made an agreement with them to be able to build a facility. It'll be out a few years, but we got the lease itself done, and they're going to move forward with their fundraising and all that. So Jim, I don't know, you got any? Jim's on the board, so nothing? Okay, all right. And then hotel occupancy taxes. One thing we're looking at is short-term rentals are subject to HOT, paying HOT, hotel occupancy taxes. And we are looking at hiring a firm to do an audit of those and gain compliance for those that are operating in our community. Any questions on any of these? I know I'm going fast, but I'm going to be brief and to the point. All right, so thriving economy. So we want to support strategic development, revitalization in our certain targeted areas, and then work on business retention and recruitment, and then effectively plan and manage our land use. So some of the things we accomplished, as well as what's in the future, the comprehensive plan, that's been updated, and it's something that we use every day, essentially. Main Street, we are still working towards getting the utilities in the ground, and then we will begin the process of working on the water and sewer, the roads, and then the aesthetics. And then we are still in the process of developing a complete funding source for that project. Commercial and industrial development, we have several working. So Titan, Core 5, and IDS are all in various stages, but they are expanding. And so we have, I just got an update from economic development the other day, but we are actually, the market's really bullish on the warehouse and distribution right now. And we are looking at seeing significant expansion. We have about 8.5 million square feet, either vacant or in process right now in the city of Schertz. So that means that at some point, those are going to fill up, and that'll provide us hopefully with tax base and even jobs. Retail development, we're all aware of Schertz Station, 200 and almost 60,000 square feet of retail anchored by the Home Depot, and pretty exciting. We've already been to a few different ribbon cuttings with Chipotle and Dave's Hot Chicken, and there's several others coming on board here really quickly. Portillo's and Cava and a nail salon and something else. So they're Smoky Joe's Barbecue. That's right. Smoky Moe's, not Smoky Joe's. But there's several restaurants, and that's one of the things that I've heard a lot about over the last 3 years is we need more restaurants. We need more restaurants. Well, we're getting more restaurants. That's going to create a synergy over there, and having the big box, the Home Depot, will be a great addition. And there's a lot of synergy there in terms of retail development. Also, Forest Ridge that you've heard a lot about lately, that'll bring some more retail along 3009. And then another one that's called Brundage, and I'm not even really sure. Brian, do you know where that is? Across from Forge Ridge. That's right. It's the one across the street from Forge Ridge. I got to come up with a better name than that. Okay. And then we are consistently updating our UDC. The next thing that's teed up is impervious coverage and looking at making modifications there, as well as movable signs. That was the issue with the cantilevering signs that maybe can be moved back if we need to work in the right of way. And then lastly, we had a discussion, and this is posed as a question, but I think that question's been answered, is that do we want to stay what I was calling a masonry wall community, right? And maintaining that nice, beautiful look that we've been able to have develop over the last 15 to 20 years in the city of Schertz, and keeping those standards in place that kind of keep us a masonry wall community. Any comments or questions on this slide before I move on? All right. Council objectives. So do we have any other objectives that we've missed or that I didn't cover? Did I go too quickly through that? So if we need to back up and discuss something, let me know. Or do you just simply have something else you want to throw out there? And I can touch base with our other council members that aren't here today, so. Okay. And bear in mind, at the end of March, we will have the pre-budget retreat. We can get into a little bit more nuts and bolts of this stuff. I would say this is really, at this point, to me, a little bit of a catalyst to get y'all thinking about what your priorities might be, or identify some of those priorities that might need to be in the budget. And what is it that you would like to see? Or what is it that you would like to propose to the rest of the council? Because you will decide collectively on what goes in the budget. Mr. Mayor, that's all I got for a presentation. If you want to hear from any of the staff, they're all here. I can answer any questions or. Sold. All right. I do not need a motion. We're just looking for direction. If you guys have any to give, if you don't, we'll simply close out and let you guys go and enjoy your weekend.
Sorry about that, Steve. Is there any council members here that would like to add anything else that wasn't covered in city manager's presentation?
Nothing on my account, sir.
No? Okay, we're good.
All right. Well, we thank you for your time. I do want to extend a thanks before you close it out. Thank you for investing a full day. I know it's a lot, but I feel like we got a lot of value out of the disc profile analysis and discussion. I certainly got a lot out of it from yesterday and today, so I'm really appreciative of those guys. I'm appreciative of y'all's time.
Well, on behalf of the mayor, the council, we'd like to congratulate you for the efforts that you're putting into this, and also the other city leaders as well as the staff. So thank you all for your support. So.